Well, I've had slightly larger audiences in my time.
Excuse me, David, would you like I switch off the lights to
Everyone
is okay?
Up to you if you're happy like this.
It's better to switch it off.
But I don't know.
No, as you wish, it's all right, no problem. As I was saying, I've had bigger audiences, although at one Dealing with Disasters conference, I meticulously prepared and found I had an audience of 3. Nevertheless, oh well, there we are, audience is increasing. Right, Rainfall, controlled anger. Why controlled anger? Well, I'll tell you at the end of this presentation. Rainfall Tower in the Royal Borough of Kensington in Chelsea is a 24-storey high residential tower block with 129 apartments in it, and it was built over the period 1972 to 4, very solidly because it was built in the wake of this progressive collapse that followed a gas explosion in East London. So the structure itself is very solid, but over the period 2012 to 16 it was renovated. And during the renovations, in order to increase the level of energy conservation, they put in Arconic Bond and Renolux aluminium sheeting on the side of the building. And the result of that, and also the fact that between the sheeting and the wall there was a sort of air channel, and the flames went up that. And at a certain point, on the night of the 14th of June, all 24 floors were alight with a single sheet of flame, and I will show you pictures of that. The result was that 71 people were killed, plus a fetus. 400 people were left homeless, of whom 30 families are still homeless, living in temporary accommodation, including one person who is disabled and is very much constrained in his movements. So there has been much discussion over Bond and Renolux, and are these in fact in any way suitable for buildings of any kind. As you can see, they are certified in some manner, although they're not actually certified for buildings above 6 stories high. They are also, according to subsequent laboratory tests, highly inflammable things, and in fact I believe that the company that makes them has stopped making and marketing them. Now, Grenfell Tower is situated in a particular part of London that is rather different from the rest of the country. In the first place, it's the wealthiest municipality in the entire nation. This means, actually, that in the south of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, if you want a modest apartment, it will set you back 18,000 euros a month. In the north, there is instead an enclave of relative poverty where the average income of people is in the bottom 10% nationwide. So there are huge differences. It's worth noting, however, that the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea had plenty of money. In fact, it had massive reserves because it gets tremendous tax returns from the large congregation of Ferrari drivers and Porsche drivers from the south of the borough. That is what the fire looked like at various stages. The fire brigade, of course, were rapidly on the scene. They were unable to get an aerial ladder there for 109 minutes because they didn't have one and had to bring one in from Surrey, some distance away. Problem with aerial ladders, there's nowhere to put them up in high-density urban environments because they require stabilisation, which takes up space. The fire brigade, however, used the compartmentalisation theory, which is that you leave people in their apartments and you come and rescue them when you've got a fire under control. Nobody ever got the fire under control. People were told to stay in their apartments, they stayed, they died. So, the net outcome of all of this is that Grenfell Tower abruptly reveals a riskscape, which to most of us is something of a novelty, a revelation, despite the fact that in the previous 12 years there have been 3 major lethal high-rise building fires in the United Kingdom, and goodness knows how many in other countries, followed by coroner's investigations, which are rather like court proceedings. Indeed, they are court proceedings. And the coroners have made a series of recommendations about high-rise buildings, which have been thoroughly and utterly ignored. When we see something like that, that is a real and genuine photograph, and we have to ask ourselves, in the light of what we know about the design and construction of high-rise buildings after 130 years of building them, how could it possibly happen in the 21st century that we're left with this, and with people trapped inside it? And how is it possible that in one of the world's wealthiest countries and in the richest municipality in the country, something of this sort actually happens? So let's get to the analytical stage of that. What we can do is we can use an old and well-tried model and extend it a bit. The old and well-tried model is the so-called crunch model, also known as the pressure and release model, that you will find in the book by Wisner, Blakey, Davis and Cannon. At Risk, the most successful book in the field of disasters. And that will give us direct causes, longer-term causes, which they call dynamic pressures, and root causes. In fact, much of the work and several other works are about the quest to find the root causes. But these days, with the complexity of networking of modern life, if you want to find the root causes, you've got to look at cascading effects. And you've got to look at them in various manners. We'll start by looking at them locally, and then we'll consider them nationally and internationally, because this disaster has repercussions on all 3 levels. So direct causes, combustible cladding and things that went with it, the installation that permitted fire to travel with extreme rapidity upwards. The gas and electricity connections were highly dangerous. In fact, the mains 400-volt input to the building kept arcing, which caused fires in domestic appliances. And in fact, it was one of those that started off the fire, the big fire, on the 4th floor of the block. There was no sprinkler system. To put in a sprinkler system during the renovations would have cost 0.34% of the cost of the renovations in order to save money, bearing in mind this is the richest municipality in the country with the biggest reserves. They cut out the sprinkler system. Yes, there were smoke and fire alarms, they didn't work. Yes, there were emergency exits, they were cluttered up with rubbish and stuff. They weren't properly managed. So those are some direct causes. Some more direct causes. As I mentioned before, the statement was made to be rescued approach by the fire service that wasn't abandoned until the fire was so well advanced that there was nothing more they could do. So it is absolutely obvious from a careful analysis of the process of renovation of this building that the local authority in commissioning that and approving it skimped. They had a management team, a management company, which they had part privatised, who didn't listen to warnings. You can find the Residents Association website and you can find warning after warning on it, and all of that is date stamped before the disaster. And somebody said, there's going to be a major disaster here, nothing's going to change until it happens. Well, I only hope that something has changed now it has happened, but I'm not so sure. And then when the disaster occurred, the local authority, in terms of emergency response, collapsed. The whole thing was left largely to faith-based organisations, principally Church of England, Methodist and Muslim. In fact, the local mosque was probably the most efficient emergency responder of all. The local authority was utterly hopeless. In fact, it gave up and was with the usual creaking machinery of government replaced by central government. And the councillors and the leader and so on were dispensed with, they were dismissed. That didn't solve very many problems, because then along came another cohort of them who were equally incompetent. And above all, they're elitist, which means they don't listen to the people who are suffering. I didn't go down there for 4 days afterwards, because as stewards of disasters, we don't interfere, but we do go and make our conclusions and listen and join in. When I got there were people literally rolling in the gutter with post-traumatic stress disorder. But what about the long-term causes? Number one, decimation of building regulations. They were pretty good, but the government had a policy, Conservative government since 2010 has had a policy that if you promote a new regulation, you must abolish 2. Keep them at random. There was an independent inspection regime of building works. Remember, this is in reference to the renovation 2012 to 16 of the building. The inspection regime has gone. It is now up to builders to inspect themselves. So if you put the fox in charge of the chickens, what do you get? The tenant management system was part privatised. It existed to make a profit and little else. It certainly never ever listened to the residents. They complained, for example, that the fire lanes, in other words, the roads where fire trucks were parked in an emergency, were cluttered up with parked cars and builders' wagons and goes those ones. Nobody listened. Austerity policies. We renovate the building, largely because we have to, but we save as much money on that process as possible. And that is all part of a political ideology that is very well articulated, but is anything but moral. Then the root causes. There are more than 2,000 empty properties in the London Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. There is in London a very strong tendency affecting somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 properties to buy them in order to leave them empty. They sell properties in Singapore, where there is a thriving market for London housing, but not to let it to anyone, not to have it occupied. These are means of parking money, and often parking money that is obtained illegally as well. Government appears to be indifferent to public safety. I think we can say this after a string of lethal fires, including in London, more about that shortly as well. So government priorities are not there. And we see a situation where there is no doubt whatsoever there have been empirical investigations that show a process of transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. Those who suffer the most are people with disabilities who have suffered 19 times more than the average, whereas people in the top 10% income bracket have benefited enormously from tax cuts. There are in Great Britain 1.5 million destitute people, including 350,000 destitute children. Local cascading effects. How do we deal with the risks, Jake? Well, firstly, you have to deal with the social and psychological impact on the survivors, which were enormous and are still enormous. Not helped by the way the government coped with the aftermath of this. They brought in the elitists in order to have an inquiry, which is still going on, which is costing vast amounts of money. I went to a symposium on Grenfell at the Royal College of Medicine. It was a pathologist symposium, but the last speaker was a Jamaican lawyer, young man, and he said, I am the representative of the victims of Grenfell Tower. I face 40 QCs, those are Queen's Counsels, they are the top lawyers. They cost about 50 times as much as a common or garden lawyer. And the government has arraigned 40 of them against the lawyer for the victims. All he has on his side is the moral cause. Meanwhile, in Camden Borough, there were panic evacuations of tower blocks clad in the same material. They were bringing people out, hardly letting them go back for their basic possessions, and then not knowing where to put them because of the housing shortage, the relative housing shortage. There you are with the apartments of the rich, empty, but poorer people cannot find anywhere to live. By the way, there you see some of the flooding, and there's some visual evidence that it does indeed burn like a match. So, disabled people, as always, were very much more disadvantaged. They found themselves in unsuitable accommodation that effectively trapped them inside. That is, assuming that they actually survived the fire at all. And then what happened? Well, in Barking, barely a month ago, this happened. Now, it happened around midday. Sorry, 3:30. Nobody was killed in this because all people were evacuated. They were evacuated by running for their lives, but they were evacuated. Now, had that happened at night, what would the effect have been? About 100 dead, according to estimates. The fire spread extremely rapidly. The people who owned the apartments here had told the builders, it was a brand new building, this isn't safe. The builders had not listened. They said everything is certified. The regulations were okay, they followed the rules, and the whole place was a death trap. I visited a person who is an expert in fire and disability who runs an NGO in central London, who told me that, according to her investigations, in terms of disability egress, the majority of buildings in the City of London, the financial district, are actually illegal. It doesn't bode well for the next fire disaster. National cascading effects. I couldn't honestly tell you how many tower bolts are death traps. 311 was one number I heard, 510 was another. But anyway, hundreds of tower bolts are death traps. So what happens then? They have to hire 24 hours round-the-clock fire marshals who simply sit there and wait to see whether a fire breaks out and then evacuate everyone if it does. Meanwhile, furious arguments rage about who pays for recladding these buildings. You can travel around Swiss Cottage, North London, for example, and see buildings stripped of their cladding, which makes them more cold and clammy in winter and so on, and hot in summer, until something is done to re-insulate them. And buildings are only partially stripped of their cladding, where they still catch fire. The result of this is, if you bought an apartment in such a place, you may find that its former value of $500,000 goes down to 30,000. Hence, you cannot sell it. The results of building research suggest that the cladding used was highly flammable and utterly unsuitable to buildings of any kind, high-rise in particular. By the way, there you can see them preparing to strip off the cladding in another building below. And then, of course, the government starts contesting that, and the builders start contesting it, and the building lobby contests it, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, litigation steams ahead, and there is also the case of the corporate manslaughter and so on. Meanwhile, the inquiry rumbles on, with the victims complaining we're not heard properly, and the government is running this inquiry according to its own elitism, and so on and so forth. Council meetings tend to be pitched battles. And then there are international cascading effects. Well, I don't really have time to talk much about them, but there have been similar fires in Dubai, Australia, Kazakhstan, all sorts of places, and that really France as well. They tend to be very rapid. But in this day and age, should we have fires in high-rise buildings after 130 years of research on such buildings, and with all we know and with all we're able to do in construction technique. Now, I titled this presentation Controlled Anger. Why was that? Once a year I take my students to this part of North Greenwich, which is on the south banks of the River Thames in London. Right here is an ecological oasis. It's basically bit here. A man shows us around, who is very good and very articulate. He's also homeless. He is the sole person who provides ecological education for children in the entire Royal Borough of Greenwich. Now you can see there not only that there's a massive development, all of it brand new, and that new development is popping up. The developers have a plan. They have designs that won awards for being ecologically compatible, energy saving. They trust the design and they build buildings that are anything but ecologically sound and safe. They pledge to build no apartments on the ground floor which will be floodable. Every single square centimetre of the ground floor is covered with apartments. These are, by the way, apartments whose price starts at £880,000. They're not for ordinary people. Now we've got a problem with the new apartments coming up which are putting the ecological oasis in shadow, and gradually it has been reduced to a shadow of what it was meant to be and what it might have been. So my friend who runs this and educates children about ecology goes to meetings with the developers, and he says that the best approach to adopt is one of controlled anger, where you let them know your feelings, but you do it in a systematic way, where you show them that you actually are a genuine opponent to what they do, because these are people, they're human beings with no morals, none at all. They exist to make profit. Thank you.
Thanks, David, for your presentation, which is, in my opinion, sounds more there and Aula well, and it's quite worrying, right? Okay, next one. Alessandro Broccoleri. Yes. And Silvia Covarino. The presentation is covering the urban regeneration of Nicosia in Cyprus.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you to be here to listen to our research. We are working together in the northern Cyprus. I don't know if you are familiar with the issue of conflict in Cyprus. And Alessandro is a PhD student, and we had some experience together in the context of Cyprus, Nicosia, the city, and Cyprus in general. We are going to present some results of our research in progress. Ok, funziona bene. Ok, questo è il nostro lavoro su Nicosia. Sorry, this is our work in Nicosia, in northern Cyprus. We are presenting today. Now, this is a structural representation. The aims of our research, the historical mosaic of Cyprus, to divide city borders as a topic to our urban conservation and urban reading as experience in Cyprus. Now, our keywords are urban incidents, conflict, border, marginal urban area, social mapping, public space, and habitat. This is the keyword address our work in Cyprus. Cyprus is a highland Mediterranean area. The geographical position, the GPS of Cyprus, is really important to read the past, to understand the present, and to work on the future scenario of the highland. And Cyprus has many historical layers to different domination from the origin of the highland. The highland today is divided after 1974. The northern part is under military control of Turkish troops, and there is a buffer zone in the middle, is under control of United Nations, and the south part is the recognized Republic of Cyprus. We are presenting the work regarding the urban reading, observation in the city, the dynamic of everyday life, and the kind of process in the renovation. Now, this is the position of Cyprus. It's very closely listed, and it's a crossing point for historical roots, and the topics of the conference, Silk City, matching very well with this geographical mapping. From the beginning, it was a stop of many different periods. Today is still in a very crucial point. I remember 2 weeks ago we had an accident, an accident come from Syria. This is the first time in the northern Cyprus. I mean, the geographical position still at the geopolitical scenario is really interesting. From the beginning, the position of the highland. This is the map of the highland before the division. Nicosia is the Cape Town. And this is the map of the highland after the the division. The purple zone is a representation of the buffer zone. It's a zone, there's no wall, there is a zone in between the two parts. And the city is in the middle of the buffer zone. This is a kind of demography and distribution of population in Cyprus in 1968. The two community, Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot, they lived together before the division. Means in the village was a mixed population. This is a detail of the demography and location 1960 before the division, and 20 years ago. And you can see how the color become completely separate, and the people become refugees in their country. This is a draft of the buffer zone. In 1974, the physical division of the highlands. But behind, there are 20 years. In 1960, Cyprus became independent from the British, was a British colony, but the conflict started in 1950. In the UN agenda, in 1954, I think so, for the first time, Cyprus, let's say, ethnic conflict came on the agenda of the United Nations, but in 1974 is the physical division. There is not only the division between north and south in the buffer zone, there are different borders in Cyprus. We have Varosha, is the ghost city, it's a specific zone in the northern Cyprus, close to Famagusta. There are two military bases, are really important, and this is a British territory, and represent 10% of the highland, 4% of the highland, 10% of the highland is the surface of the buffer zone, and 20% and 65%, more or less 30 and 70% north and south territory. It's along the buffer zone. There are many studies about the division, the conflict, a lot of experience, international workshop, university are coming to study, to observe, and many students, architecture, geographical, historical point of view, they study Cyprus from now, the divide city. This is Nicosia. This is Nicosia old map. This is a resume of historical layer. The most important, Byzantine, the Lusinian, the Venetian, the Ottoman, and the British. For each domination, we have physical tracks in the city. There are Ottoman architecture, the Venetian wall, and there was the Lusinian wall was destroyed when the Venetian arrived and they built the fort in Nicosia. This is the map plan of the city in 1950 before the division, represent kind of green space also in between, and the detail of the fort. This is the city 1940, let's say. I was the urban developer surrounding the historical town called the Water City of Nicosia. City before and after the division. The yellow zone represents the buffer zone inside the Water City historical part. Now the buffer zone, let's say, is the zone, and this is one of the pictures represent the image of this division. Is abandoned area, is forbidden. There is only one crossing point in the center. This was the life before, an image of the daily life in Nicosia, and this is one of the streets inside the buffer zone, inside the yellow area I showed you before. This is the time between 1954 and 1974. The United Nations sent troops there to control, to manage the social fate, and they start to mark the territory, to divide people. To divide the highland. This is represent daily life. Kids play around, but you can see starting the physical division of the city. Well, in 1974, the division, physical division, was a military intervention from Turkey, and people become refugees inside their country. Little by little, population was divided. You are Turkish Cypriot north, you are Greek Cypriot in the south. And this is some image of the temporary habitat of them, refuge camp. This is an image of the Nicosia. This is, you can see the state of the building, the heritage and the buffer zone after 50 years old. This is an image of the division, icon of the division, checking point, physical border, abandoned sun mark, and abandoned building inside the buffer zone, the icon, the Greek Cypriot flag, and the Greek flag, and the Greek Cypriot. And this is still the image of the border. People are living behind the border. There's some image of the many buildings are abandoned, especially in the water city. This is one picture. This is trucks of 1974 bombing. It's a picture from inside the buffer zone. And in 2003, they opened the gate. Okay, for the first time, people crossed north from south. It was possible to cross the border. In the beginning, only for the local one, and later, after a couple of years, it was open for everyone. There is a hope of peace. There is a process for reunification of the island, but through the geopolitical, it's a very sensitive topic. Now, there was a referendum in 2004. And this is the result, how the people decide to reunify the island or not. Was a plan, United Nations managed the plan by Kofi Annan. This was the result. No way for the reunification. The island still divided. Okay, this is the buffer zone, the image of the buffer zone. Many studying urban analysis. The red line is represent the route to enter on the water city, the historical sound, and represent the crossing point. Letra cross checkpoint. It's a pedestrian crossing point. This is some interpretation and work on the layout of the buffer zone and the cities in the middle as they extend until crossing two sides of the island. This is a simple representation of the urban development. You can see north and south. This generates two different dynamics. This is a specific zone in the buffer zone, some study about the crossing point. This is the skyline, north side, south side. On the little map you can see the district and the division of the city. As you can see from the skyline, still in the north icon of the mosque, there is an interesting issue about the heritage. Church have been converted in mosque after when the Ottoman took the island. And in the south, through urban regeneration, they had a chance to get some money from Europe to renovate the urban environment. Okay, this is some interpretation of the buffer zone. This is the physical division and the visual analysis. In the map, if you are arriving in Cyprus from south, the map you can get exclude totally the north side. It's possible to cross the border. But just to give you, this is a normal map. You can find online, you can find in any bookshop or library. And on the left side, there is a map of the north side. I mean, they're ignoring each other, let's say. This is some also image of the everyday life behind the border. And I would like to show you one short video, and then my colleagues will continue with the anyone. Okay. Portrait of the buffer zone inside. The time stopped in 1974. Okay, Alessandro Buclari.
Okay, good morning. Silvia, I forgot to say that we used to live in the north part of Cyprus, so in the occupied area, that's how they call it. So as to Italia, we met in Cyprus, and we started to be interested in this urban scenario. I lived for 3 years there, and now she is still there. I'm in Rome, so I'm happy to see her because I'm always hearing her voice, but we don't meet since a long time. But we are preparing this presentation. We prepared this presentation about this city, which is, as we are focusing on current urban conflicts, so it's a very complicated theme in terms of political process, in terms of urban and social fabric, and in this case of historical process, because Nicosia, as she showed you, it has very interesting layers, architectural, historical layers. So in talking about borders, this is an image from Saviano, Alberto Saviano, an Italian journalist, which was talking about Moody Walls in 2016, which was the year with more walls in the human history. This was from the strong migration from Syria to the Europe, and all these countries, Turkey, Greece, Macedonia, Serbia, Hungary, and so on, they started to build a wall. So this is to remind also Crimea, Transnistria, sorry, there is a mistake, Transnistria, and Kashmir and Western Sahara. So this problem is a very contemporary issue. And also I added I added this line, which it's a very contemporary wall in the water made by our politician, by our government, unfortunately, between Italy and Africa. So this is to add to the other walls. This is a wall in the sea, actually. Let's say a virtual wall. Another interesting map is from metrocosmo.com, which is the current situation. It's a website that it shows you the current situation of the countries, or at least 124 countries or would-be countries, which are involved in a territorial dispute. Again, also I put we are talking about today. We are here for city, but we have another road, which is the Crusade Road, which Cyprus was involved in the Crusade time. That's why it became a melting pot of people, very interesting melting pot, and today still it's an incredible mix of culture in the north side, in the Turkish side, and in the as well in the Cyprus European side. So this is some images about the border between US and Mexico, some art project which is show, for example, a very interesting library where you don't see the other person, but you share something. So we are seeing this problem as a window of opportunity, as a potential for the cities. In this case, as we know, Beirut now, there was a green line as well in Beirut, and now there is a process of reconstruction. And Jerusalem is the endless problem, and as well Nicosia. There were some other examples: Belfast, Mostar, and then, as we say, Beirut, Nicosia, and Jerusalem. This is some literature review we were checking for show you is some interesting urban planning master plan. This is the only one bi-communal master plan, only one, I'm not sure, but the one of the most important bi-communal master plan, which started in 1979 in Nicosia. After the 1974, the two communities, they started this process to try to make a master plan together. This program started, and slowly it's improving some areas, some districts in the city. So this is a very interesting example of Nicosia, how the two communities were dealing with this problem. But of course, they didn't finish the whole master plan, because it's not so. It's complicated for, as I say, the political process, and different parties are going to the power. So that's why it's a long process. But they did maybe 50% of it. As well, we don't want to forget about the social problem. So as we know, many Turkish people cannot cross the border, and Greek Cypriot they could. So it's not so easy, because Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot they are allowed to cross the border. But for example, for a problem of identity, the Greek Cypriot they don't want to go, and they refuse to go in the other side, so they don't go to their land, because they don't want to show their passport. That's the reason, the main reason. And as well, in the other side, the north side, which is the northern part, the Turkish people, which they are coming from Turkey, they have an embargo, so they cannot go to the other side. So there is a situation of identity as well. There is a problem of identity. So what I was focusing, we were focusing in this first analysis we have done. So urban fragmentation is the main reason. You know, when an object as a buffer zone is coming in the historical center of Nicosia, is changing completely so we focused on the cul-de-sac, which are the streets that are interrupted by the buffer zone, and we made some interesting comparison and interesting analysis on this area, using of course the urban fabric of the city. From the urban fabric we recognize a kind of souk or bazaar, or so the meeting between the western and the eastern architecture. As well, we recognize, we know that there is a caravanserai in the historical center, so this is a beautiful building, which is the name is Buyukan. So part of the urban fabric, we can make a mixture. We could say that there is a mixture between the western and the eastern architecture. These are some analyses I made for the student in Genoa, because I used to be teaching assistant in Genoa, and I work on this map. So these are some example of the Turkish hammam as well, and mosque that are present on in the urban fabric of the city. So I asked, this is the Hagia Sophia, the Gothic church in a Mediterranean area. These are some projects from the students. They made the comparison between and after the buffer zone, and also the analysis of on the public space today are growing and are creating some resilience along the buffer zone. Thank you. The last thing, we presented, we participated in a workshop Silvia organized together with Bartlett University in 2017 after Trieste, Palermo, Jerusalem, and also Nicosia was part of this summer lab. So we were there. I helped Silvia as a tutor, and she organized together with Camilla Cosina and of course under the supervision of Camilla Boano. This was the program we've done, and we've done several ideas and projects on the Nicosia. Sorry for my late. Thank you.
Thanks, Silvia. Thanks, Alessandro, for your intervention. Okay, next is Federico Geni and Luana Di Ludovico about the urban and social reconstruction in L'Aquila and the seismic craters after 10 years. Since we are running a bit late, it's 5 to 10 now, so the coffee break is between 10 and 10:30, and so I propose to overlap it, and because we have also the Q&A session. I don't know how long does it take for you to give the presentation, about 50 minutes?
Yeah,
So we have
more or less.
to have a Q&A later on with the topic. Okay, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Federico Geni. I am a PhD student, and today I am presenting two projects about the urban and social reconstruction in L'Aquila and the small villages that surround L'Aquila. And first work is the PhD thesis work made by Luana Di Ludovico, that today can't join us, unfortunately, but I am here to speak for her as well. And the second one is my master thesis I made at the university, and let's begin. Okay. The first project is called Governance System for Emergency and Reconstruction, Strategy, Economy, and Urban Elements. This research work started from numbers, of course, like all good research studies, and it analyzed the frequency of disasters in Italy from 1999 to 2014, and it divided it into categories like floods, earthquakes, and storms. And there you can see, on this slide, you can see some data on these disasters, and especially the damage to the buildings, divided into not residential buildings, strategical buildings, and residential buildings. And you can see that earthquakes damaged mostly residential buildings. This is the seismic hazardousness map of Italy, and as you can see here, we are here, and L'Aquila is in the most dangerous zone actually, and then I will show you something that's about it. Okay. This is a diagram that shows you the main earthquakes from until 2011, I think, yes. And here you can see the earthquake, the L'Aquila earthquake, and here are recorded the number of victims and the number of commons involved in this seismic event. And as you can see, the reconstruction is ongoing process, as you could see in the walk you did last time. Well, going deeper into the problem, we can
can see that L'Aquila, before the earthquake, was a very long city, but it was connected in some ways. Not maybe in the best ways, but was at least connected. Now, after the earthquake, we can see scattered centralities, because there is no more social and urban fabric that connects connects them. But you can see a lot of spots. A lot of spots of buildings, a lot of spots of civic institutional buildings. For example, a person had to travel actually to reach different offices or different parts of the city, and it can take quite a lot of time every day. And another problem you can see here is that there is no more an identity, urban fabric for all the city, but there are the identity, urban and social fabric is divided and scattered. Okay, now 10 years from the seismic event, we can start to understand what went wrong and what went good from the reconstruction process. So the bonus are the pure commissarial powers, the CASE, MASP and MAP projects that are the temporary structures for schools, for residentials and for residentials, and the infrastructure projects that have been made. But the malus are the legal reconstruction system that is really complicated, and that it takes a long time to get the jobs done. From the engineers, from the architects, from the building, from the construction societies, and from the administration, because there are a lot of documents, there are a lot of stuff to prepare to get things done. The relationship between the reconstruction and the local economy, because as you saw in the past days in other presentations, there wasn't an involvement of local forces to get the reconstruction done, but it's a process that attracts a variety of forces from all around Europe. The cooperation for strategic and spatial planning. This is a problem because there wasn't an extended system of preparation for emergency, but everything has been done in the process. And the other problem I was talking before is the social identity loss, because the city lost his squares, lost his churches, lost his fountains, and these things were the ones that the city was famous for before. So what we need? We have to overcome the concept of urban centrality. So stating that now we have a polar view of the city, we have to think whether to encourage the scattered system or to reconstruct the social bounding that connects them. Understand the importance of territorial assets and rethink the urban form. On these three principles, based on these three principles, I worked on my master thesis at university, and that are explained here. The proposal is the new structure for the national law that
includes the research, the participation, smart territories, culture, urban projects, urban and landscape regeneration. Okay, this is the second project. This is a project I made for my master's thesis, and it's called Habitat, Inclusive Nature, the case of Gran Sasso and Monte dell'Aquila National Park. Okay, it is the context I worked on, and here you can see the Monte dell'Aquila and Gran Sasso National Park, and you can see from colors that it's a very rich place full of animals and plants, etc., but also filled with life, human life, because there are a lot of small villages that populate this territory, but these small villages are not linked together, are not connected. So everyone has his own pain, but there isn't a network of villages, a network of experiences, and there is not a method to face emergencies that is common for everybody, and that's what Luana worked on this, and it's part of the work Luana did on this research. Okay, what Habitat focuses on? Habitat focuses on the promotion of inner areas, the foodscape, so the food like a landscape, because landscape is also made of foods and experiences and traditions from the people that live it. Clean mobility, occupation, because with this project we are trying to make the network I was telling you before, from a touristic point of view, from an emergency point of view, from an occupational point of view, and so on. And the valorization of the cultural system and heritage. Okay, here's the area I worked on. And as you can see from the flying balloons over the map, or the 3D map, you can see all the a part of the small villages and cities that populate this territory. There are also ghost villages that have been abandoned after the 50s, more or less. Here is what the project is about. We have infrastructure, big data, tourism, and production. Infrastructure, the main thing about infrastructure is this cycling network all over the territory, and it's designed thinking about every kind of user. Intermodal places to connect the ordinary mobility, the ordinary means of transport with the cycle one, and the services along the paths. And I will show you how it connects to the reconstruction team, to the emergency management. The big data, because they are important because they help us to understand whether a territory works or not, because the data comes from people that live it. And the tourism and production is another important thing, because with tourism and we can create workplaces, and we can build multi-level governance to help these territories to not be left out from the social life and from the services and from the infrastructures. So here's here you can see the cycling paths all along the territory. The main one is the green one, and it's about 180 kilometers, and it links with the clean mobility. It links every small village it crosses. And then you can see the distribution of these of the little buildings that I designed that help people to get a shelter, to eat something on the way, and that can be used in case of emergency as shelters for people, because they can be assembled in a couple of days. They are wooden structures. I will show you in the next slides. So they cannot, they don't only serve for the touristic, the people only from the touristic point of view, but also from the emergency point of view, because you can have tiny shelters, but with a feeling of home in a couple of days, and you can feel like home there. This is about risks and how the project intersect with risks, and I designed it just to avoid risks and to be as safe as possible on a territorial scale, of course. This is an example of a bigger situation. Here we have a lot of modules that are for the restoration and for the and to get shelter. Here you can see the plans, the elevation, the sections, and the axonometric views. It's the last one, okay. And here you can see at a scale 1 to 20 how these elements are done, and they are mounted on a pale foundation, which is anti-seismic, and it can be assembled in 3 days actually. This is a shelter for 1 people, but I have designed also for 2 people and 4 people. Okay, that's it.
Thanks. Okay, 10 minutes question time. So if the speakers can come here and sit here.
So, thank you. Can I start? Because we don't have very much time. Thank you for an incredibly interesting set of papers. I was really pleased to hear David's paper about the Grenfell Tower, because it was such a shock to witness that disaster in London. And in a way, I heard what I didn't want to hear, which I knew, that nothing has changed since, really. That a big disaster that should have been a watershed, a before and after Grenfell, hasn't yet changed anything. And all because a government cannot be bothered, really, to open its eyes to the fact that there are 2 types of populations: the ones that have money and can look after their health and safety, and the ones that they need to look after. They need to make sure that will be looked after. So I was thinking, in a way, a far comparison, but in L'Aquila, in a way, the government after the disaster looked after everybody, irrelevant of rich or poor. However much we want to criticize the council, there would be so much to say about it, but they were for everybody, irrelevant of social status. Quickly, for Silvia, I wanted to know if the Turkish historical buildings are looked after, or whether it's all a state of disaster on the Danish side.
Well, the heritage is very complicated because the northern part of Cyprus is a recognized country. Okay? Now, the issue of heritage and archaeology is very complicated. There are, means the community, the Turkish citizens, they are Europe citizens, okay? But the piece of land is under control. There are a couple of projects under management like Europa Nostra and UNDP in progress. There is
And UNESCO is coming because there was a storm and the church was destroyed.
But it's very complicated and very sensitive. And if they are doing something, there is a intervention, private houses are under restoration in the whole city. But in terms of, because the unrecognized country, this is blocked in many directions. Also for us, it's very complicated. You have no idea how it's difficult to manage. We cannot bring our students in the south. It's very sensitive issue. But there is something.
For Federico, finally, I totally agreed with your explanation of the extended town. So the fact that this town has sprung from a very defined urban setting to no man's land, really. It's a town that starts a few villages down the road and to go back to what we said yesterday, I was thinking that, I don't know if you were in the school session, but in a way what we pointed out to the politicians is that the schools can help the community to rejoin together, to regroup this town into a more town settlement rather than an extended periphery, both inside and outside. But what I felt you didn't say is that you said we must rethink the urban form, but you didn't mention the master plan, which is the missing. So.
Yes. I mean, actually, I was thinking about the shape of the city more on a social scale, because I think that the city lost his identity, but not regarding the streets, the buildings, because they are being rebuilt as they were, so they will be give back to the city, so the citizens can recognize them and think, okay, it was like 10 years ago. But what I'm saying here that a lot of attention is being put on the buildings, on the bricks, but not on the people, because the city center now is filled with bars and drinking places, but there isn't a cinema. There isn't a theater, or there aren't some gathering places where the people can meet. So you're right with the master plan, but I think that before the master plan, or in the making of the master plan, the politicians have to think that the master plan and the city has people.
But if you think about it, I'm going to shut that. On 3 papers, what is left out are the people, right?
No, it's not left out as a paper, it's
not as a paper, as a consideration, the effect of this on the people. So one thinks about the building, one thinks about the politics, one thinks about the reconstruction, but not what the result is on the people who leave these spaces for these disasters. This lack of vision.
I have a question for Professor Arsan. I was very interested in your presentation, and I was curious about, you can tell us a little bit more why the firefighters were so incompetent, and you pointed out that they really didn't know what to do, and why is that in that way, and if something has been doing like since then to like to raise their skills up to.
Yes, it's not that they lack skills at all. It's not that they are in a way incompetent, it's simply that they have strategy which is articulated by the command structure which is utterly inadequate. The idea of the strategy is compartmentalization, which is pretty standard worldwide. No doubt it's used in Italy as well. And the idea is that such as fire protection and fire safety in modern buildings, that fire does not spread. Well, it does. And in fact, it spread in a number of other events. Larnachal House was a fire that occurred in 2010 and killed 4 people. And actually, it was the same problem. The fire department, fire brigade said, stay put, we will come and rescue you. They did not succeed in doing that, and people died. But if fire protection were adequate, then compartmentalization as an approach would work perfectly. It should as well. So this is part of the manual. The manual is very detailed, the training is very good, people do their absolute best, and there is no doubt that at the site on the day people did their best. The assessment of it was completely wrong. What they needed to do was to try to get people out immediately and not say, stay put, your apartment is not going to catch fire anyway because fire compartmentalizes and it may blaze horrendously, but it won't go through the firewall, go up the stairs, climb up the outside and so on. And indeed that should be the case because in modern buildings there's no technological reason why fire should ever spread. On the other hand, there was no sprinkler system, and as I mentioned, it would have cost 0.34% of the renovation budget to put one in, £200,000, which is a minuscule sum, and there wasn't one. They put the gas connections in for domestic gas all over the place without the relevant fire protection, so there were gas explosions and gas fires breaking out all over the place, which further worsened the matter. That, of course, should never have happened. But the main point was that the cladding and the space between the cladding and the walls acted as a chimney, and so you had that horrendous and ridiculous spectacle of 24 stories of sheet flame, which is certainly not in the fire brigade manual because it should never, ever have happened.
Did I understand that there are 300 to 500 more of these buildings?
Yes. In the UK, and I don't know, nobody knows how many there are in other countries, but there's an interesting and horrendous video of one on fire in France. There was a very serious fire with the same cladding in Melbourne, another in Dubai, and there have been very serious fires in Central Asia in high-rise buildings as well. The point about it is that we have the full technology to avoid all high-rise fires of this kind. But if you were dealing with some of the high-rise buildings built for rich people in London, then there is no particular high-rise fire risk. They're built to an entirely different standard. Currently in London, more than 500 new tower blocks are under construction. That should be food for thought.
But were these systems being removed? I mean, it's clearly a design flaw.
Well, the original design was good enough in the parameters of the time. The upgrade was the problem, in as much as when you do an upgrade, you can't necessarily point the finger of accusation at the architect. The architects are constrained by what the clients and the builders and so on will permit. So the architect might predispose a sprinkler system and improvements to the distribution of gas and electricity and a different kind of cladding and so on. And what they actually build is often radically different to what is planned, which is what I mentioned about North Greenwich, for example. But the problem is that that is a common situation where the plans are authenticated, they're scrutinised, and they're okay. And what is actually built is not in any way. We might also talk about involvement of mafias. In this country there are 4 mafias and their overall turnover is about 120 billion euros. In the UK, there are 4,627 mafias with an annual turnover of 90 billion. So the whole idea, I guess, mafia in Italian business. On the contrary, the UK is a much more favourable environment for mafias than Italy is, where Italy is somewhat organised to fight mafias. The UK is not organised at all to fight mafias. And what the mafias like best of all, well, Roberto Saviano is quite right. They like bricks and mortar, they like cement, they like building.
Any more questions? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is Andrew Hopkins. I've been teaching in the Department of Human Sciences, well, it was called various different things before that, for the last 15 years. So that was 5 years before the earthquake and now 10 years afterwards. Very happy to be able to welcome you all here to, well, you would have noticed the building is a bit crazy, with horrible staircases and in fact an enormous amount of bathrooms, 72 bathrooms in this building. Seems a bit excessive. Anyway, that's one of the consequences of using a project that was already planned before the earthquake for different functions and having to adapt it to university buildings in a different sense afterwards. Anyway, today what we're doing is we have a special session entitled Reconstruction Between Past and Present, and a number of different contributions. Two of our speakers have dropped off, shall we say, and so we're going to have a different order, and we're going to start with Barbara Mingres Garcia, who will speak on Antigua, Guatemala. That will be followed by Giulia Brunori and Michele Zampigli, who will speak about knowledge of historical heritage. The third paper will be my colleague here from the Department of Engineering, Professor Simonetta Cirana. She will be speaking on the Marsica. This will be followed by Carla Bortolomucci, speaking about historical centres and post-seismic reconstructions. And then we'll conclude with Federico De Mette's paper on Ancient City of the Future, Notes on the Reconstruction of Beirut. So welcome to our special session, and I now pass over to my colleague Simonetta for a few words.
I want to speak English after Andrew because my English is so bad. But it's a pleasure for me to stay with you and to discuss about the situation after the earthquake or other natural disaster together, and so to compare different experiences in the time and also in the country. For this reason, we did a small change in the organization of the session, and we prefer start and close, open another part of the world. So I hope that our session will be brilliant. And I hope the dancing with the best speaker, that I don't know. I listened to you yesterday. No, the first day, sorry.
Yes, I am not Barbara, but I will present on behalf of her.
Okay. Because this is...
She's not here.
Yeah, no, this is Barbara, because... Yes.
Okay, sorry for the technical problems. Okay, I am Claudia González. I will present on behalf of Barbara Mínguez Garcia, and the case is Antigua, Guatemala, from history of disaster to a resilient future. A brief introduction. This is some kind of disasters in different parts of the world that have affected heritage. Every time there are a lot of hazards that are natural, but we have said a lot of times that disasters are not. Natural hazards only lead to disasters when its negative effects affect human life, and the consequences depend on the vulnerability on the assets and the population exposed to this hazard.
the concept and practice of disaster risk management, understood as a safe development strategy, has evolved during the last decades from an approach focused almost exclusively on disaster response towards a broader approach on disaster risk understanding, prevention, and reduction, without demeaning the importance of having a strong preparation and response systems. Guatemala is among the countries most affected by climate events and geophysical hazards. It's located in the ring of fire between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and the country is frequently affected by earthquakes, landslides, and volcanic eruption. And it is among the countries most affected by climate-related events such as floods, hurricanes, and extreme weather. Recurrent droughts related to El Niño and the dry corridor endanger crops like livestock and food security, and rapid urbanization and climate change further increase disaster risk in the country. The case of La Antigua Guatemala is a particularly interesting example of interaction between disaster and heritage. The city has been marked by catastrophes throughout its history, becoming the important legacy that is nowadays recognized as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1979. The current location was the third settlement of the original capital, Santiago de los Caballeros de Guatemala. After the first relocation, the current Ciudad Vieja was founded and destroyed by Alahar from the Volcán de Agua in 1541. The capital city was then re-established in the present-day Antigua in 1542 and lasted until the Santa Marta earthquake destroyed in 1773. Once again, the capital was moved definitely to Guatemala City. The inhabitants who survived were progressively rebuilding the city and began to refer it as Antigua Guatemala. Antigua Guatemala was particularly relevant in colonial times since it plays a key role in the historical formation of the territory of the modern American continent. Also known as the Kingdom of Guatemala, it encompassed and had jurisdiction over most of Central America throughout southern Mexico. During more than 2.5 centuries, it was one of the most important political, economic, religious, educational, and cultural centers of the continent. Thanks to the partial abandonment of the city and the regulations prohibiting the repair and reconstruction of new buildings, the ruins and city's 16th century Renaissance Greek pattern were preserved as sign of an identity of Antigua. During the eruption of Volcán de Fuego on June 3rd last year, the pyroclastic cloud reaches the historic city, causing ash falling over streets, squares, and buildings, affecting cultural heritage. The accumulation of ash on the road was aggravated by the rain during the following days, leading to different types of problems, such as causing leaks and especially serious problems in historic buildings. The cleaning process lasted approximately 1 month, and tons of ash were collected. The authorities decided to extend the agreement. They have an agreement to preserve some historic buildings, and the authorities decided to extend this agreement to the whole country's cultural heritage and not only to Antigua Guatemala. Guatemala is located on the most hazard-prone ridges in the planet and has around 2,200 archaeological sites dating from pre-Hispanic times and from around 2000 before Christ to 1524 AD. In addition to numerous monuments, buildings, and churches from the colonial times between 1524 to 1821 and Republican afterwards. 3 of them are UNESCO World Heritage Sites: the city of Antigua Guatemala, the archaeological park and ruins of Quirigua, and Tikal National Park. Those sites are exposed to frequent earthquake, volcanic eruption, landslide, fires, hurricanes, and floods. So, where we are talking to disaster risk management for cultural heritage in Guatemala, in the equation to calculate risk, since the natural hazard cannot be reduced, and usually it is not possible to change the exposure in the case of cultural heritage, in order to reduce risk, we need to reduce the vulnerability of the assets exposed. The cultural heritage assets, both tangible and intangible. Risk assessments are essential to prevent and mitigate risk as much as possible and be prepared in the case of an emergency. The concept and practice of disaster risk management has evolved considerably during the last decades, including the study of climate change and the aggravating factors in the effect of hydrometeorological events. Establishing DRM plans for cultural heritage is essential to protect these historical legacies from the natural hazards which they are exposed. A key action for integration in these two disciplines lies in the necessary collaboration between the respective agencies, authorities, and specialists from both sectors, locally and nationally. The integration of cultural heritage in national DRM plans, it is important as the integration of DRM measures into the management plans of the heritage sites. These are the reference. Most of this is a report from the World Monument Fund. In 2013, the Ministry of Culture and Sport, through the Vice Ministry of Culture and Natural Heritage, developed a risk management methodology for the effects and impacts of climate change to be used in archaeological sites and parks, with the objective to contribute to the improvement of the management of the heritage and adapted to the archaeological park of Quiriguá as a pilot case. The roadmap to integrate and strengthen disaster risk management in the cultural heritage in Guatemala is the main result of the workshop held in March 26 and 27 in 2019 in Antigua, Guatemala, with both DRM and cultural heritage professionals. The workshop offered a space for representatives of different entities and professionals from different fields to share their experiences and actively participate in the design of a specific joint proposals with the objective of strengthening interinstitutional cooperation and establishing a disaster risk management for Guatemala cultural heritage. So as you can see, this is a work in progress. Barbara is working with the World Bank, and as a representative of the World Bank, she has been in charge of managing those different stakeholders to provide some DRM plans for cultural heritage in Guatemala. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very clear presentation about what's happening in Antigua. And we'll have questions, I think, at the end altogether. So now I'd like to welcome Giulia Brunori and Michele Zampini to speak on knowledge of historical heritage as a basis for conscious and resilient reconstruction, the case of Aula del Toronto.
Good morning. I'm going to present the outcome of research in progress started from the agreement between the municipal administration of Arpada and the University of Architecture of Madrid, for which Prof. Michele Zampilli is the scientific manager, and it is also investigated in my doctoral thesis that is still in progress. Some local journalists have called the seismic event of summer 2016, winter 2017, the unnamed earthquake. This name defines the earthquakes which, together with an anomalous wave of bad weather of that early January, struck badly the Apennine area of central Italy. More than half of the existing buildings are destroyed or unusable, and we have more than 2,500,000 tons of rubble. This earthquake involved 4 regions and 140 municipalities. In addition to this situation, we should consider the inherent fragility of an immense territory, about 8,000 square kilometers in great part mountainous and hilly, and characterized by a very low population density, and dotted with thousands of small and medium-sized historical centers. This territory, the Central Apennines, was already affected by strong depopulation phenomena. 40% of the municipalities have less than 1,000 inhabitants. This phenomenon is due to the scarce employment opportunities, but also to the remoteness of service and to a strong housing distress. We are facing a territory which, even if with different damage scenarios, has a rather serious situation. There are some completely destroyed centers like Amatrice, Aula del Tronto or Università, some of those no longer rebuildable in their ancient site, and there are many other centers with more or less wide damage and destruction. It's so clear that a failed reconstruction and a consequent further abandonment would risk to disperse permanently a material and immaterial cultural heritage of a great value for the whole world communities. The historical centers of the Central Apennines, heirs of the medieval free municipalities networks, constitute one of the most advanced models of urban organization of the modern European cities, and they bring some of the most significant civil, religious, and military architecture of Italy. So we find ourselves acting on two fronts: identity and safety. First of all, we ask ourselves what can be in practice the identifying elements that makes a village different from the others. These identifying elements are those from which should start, in our opinion, a reconstruction process that wants to reward the population of the loss incurred by re-establishing the thread of the historical continuity. If some of these elements are certainly the symbolic building of a village, the civic tower, the fortress, churches, naval palace, and so on, we must not underestimate the complexity of relationship between a community and the space of its living. After a catastrophic event, there are many other elements that contribute to a sense of loss of the population. For example, the interruption of a relationship with the landscape and the loss of a specific urban fabric. An urban fabric made of alternation of solid and voids, marked by the rhythm of the facade and by the succession of stairways, angles, narrow streets and squares that all together make the space of which the population can experience and from which it modulates its everyday life. In our opinion, identity concerns even the recognition of the constructive techniques as the expression of a specific material culture of the place. Face this complexity, it seems essential to propose a methodological approach to read the historical centers that can be able to reveal these identifying characteristics that define a village as such, and from whose understanding we'll have to begin any action of rebuilding. On the other hand, we would like to outline an approach which contributes to a deep knowledge of the constructive rules that characterize the historical build, in order to develop the rebuilding proposal in agreement with the mechanical functioning of these buildings, so as to ensure a coherent anti-seismic improvement. This research follows the solid tradition of studies aimed to the preservation and protection of architectural heritage, particularly the so-called minor one, the basic building heritage, Italian tradition which has been developed in autonomous and original way in the architecture school of the University of Roma in the work of Paolo Marconi and his colleagues on the recovery manuals, i manuali del recupero, fundamental for understanding the traditional way of building. At the same way, the work of Antonino Giuffre on the codes of practice and like an irreplaceable tool for the correct use of traditional construction techniques for securing historic building. The roots of this school are in the principle of philological restoration and also in the typological procedural research of the school of Saverio Muratori, and in particular the outcome of this research in the work of Gianfranco Caniggia in interpreting the formative process of the urban fabric and building types, also in order to understand the mechanism of aggregation of building process. In this period, we are working on the case of Arquata del Tronto. Part of the according between our university and the municipality is the realization of an analytic dictionary which, following a multi-scalar approach, reads the historical centers in order to reveal their different components. The first scale to be investigated is that of landscape. So we analyze the natural characteristic and also the geomorphological aspects of this area, and on the other hand, the historical paths in order to outline linear and punctual elements that characterize Arquata landscape. Then we move to the scale of settlements that are investigated in the pre- and post-earthquake scenarios. And we did this for all Arquata fraction or parts, for all the municipality. We also studied the settlements transformation that occurred since the historical register, to the recent times. This study is focused on outlining both the urban fabric transformation and the past one. The goal is to recognize the structural characters of the different settlements, like the principal paths, the closure of ancient courts, the alignment between the building and roads. Then we change the scale to a lower one to analyze urban fabric, for which we study some fabric portions identified as a good example of the process of formation and transformation of the whole historic center. Starting from recognizing the still visible signs of the evolution process on buildings, we outline their entire formation history. Their goal is to understand the system of subsequent addition and so strengths and weaknesses that is fundamental to understand the behavior of a block of building during the earthquake. Talking about building types, after a first general survey, we made a specific observation of some example in order to identify typological characteristics and in order to define an abacus of building types and of the diachronic and synchronic variation. Finally, the details and the constructive techniques, so traditional masonry, wooden ceiling, stone vault, wooden roof, stone elements like portals, window frames, and in this scale it's really important to detect the possible presence of local seismic culture, marked by the presence of this kind of traditional elements that what we must know to repropose these elements, properly improved, in a restoration design consistent with the functioning of the traditional structures. So after this multiscalar analysis, we outlined these identity characteristics. And our goal is to use them as basis for the recovery intervention, but using them differently according to the different scenarios that we are dealing with. In fact, there are multiple scenarios depending on the degree of damage of the historical center. In our opinion, moving our design from the understanding and the reproposing of this identity characteristic is the only way to assure a kind of reconstruction consistent with the nature of settlements and in continuity with the historical development. There are many historical centers that suffer more or less important damage without arriving at a total destruction. In this kind of scenario, we can speak about action of restoration, meaning a whole series of intervention ranging from consolidation to a more or less complete reconstruction. This is the case of many fractions of the municipality of Arquata, like the village of Trizungo or the one of Svelonga. In this center, the attention is above all in relation to the buildings. In fact, due to their partial damage situation, this center won't be included in a general recovery plan, which would lead to a unitary reconstruction, but they will be exposed to the risk of the initiative of private owners. For this reason, it's important to support the local administration by equipping them with effective tools tools for the assessment of the private recovery design and for addressing this design toward virtuous and conscious intervention practice. Based on the previous identification of peculiar features of the settlements, we made a classification of the whole inhabited area in order to define the different kinds of recovery actions allowed. This intervention ranged to the philological restoration to demolition with faithful reconstruction, with an overall aim of preserving the main features of the historical center and also the building typological characteristics. As far as buildings are concerned, we made some pilot design to show good practice to recovery to the stakeholders. In addition to this design, we gave some indication of, on architectural and typological features. An opposite scenario concerned those centers like the Scala del Tronto completely razed to the ground and which can't be rebuilt in their original site for geological reasons. In this case, it's important to define a series of actions for the preservation of the memory. In this design presented for the competition titled Give a Future to the Urban Memory of the Scala del Tronto, we tried to use the main feature of the village, integrating and placing them in a new urban conformation in continuity with the urban memory of this place. Finally, there are historical centers heavily damaged or almost completely destroyed, such as Aula del Tronto main fraction, for which we can talk about urban reconstruction. This reconstruction should pay attention to the restitution of the cultural heritage suddenly lost. For this purpose, we virtually reconstructed the center as it was before the seismic destruction, basing on drone survey of what is left, but also on historical photos and on the information of the building plan recorded in the land registers. The 3D model that we made have a dual purpose. On one hand, it's important to restore and keep alive the memory of this place. And on the other hand, this kind of 3D is a useful basis to open a discussion on the reconstruction methods between institutions, technicians, and inhabitants. Then we studied the historical settlement and its formative process in order to outline the indispensable features. Two of these indispensable features are certainly the skyline and the original plan. The skyline that marks the relationship between the man-made structure of the village and the natural landscape, and the original plan as the ancient witness of an historical center. These characteristics must be preserved, and they have to be the basis, in our opinion, for the reconstruction process in order to keep the identity of the place, but of course integrating them with new needs, especially with the safety improvement. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed for that very interesting contribution that combined both discussion of methodology with specific case studies. Very, very helpful. It's now my pleasure to welcome my colleague again, Simonetta Cirana, who will be speaking about the Marsika.
Specifically,
Alexander, das am nächsten
Thank you for your attention. I hope to will be short in my presentation because that I want to stress first of all that I show now is the results of research that involve many of the people that are present in my university and not only, and work together on these topics. And particularly to the results of this research was two books that you showed there that included, for example, Vadaramanda, that's now between the audience, also Carla Bartolomucci and other people. So this is only to be honest. Other things that I want to stress, that I tell you now is results of what happened about 100 years ago. But this is, in the meantime, is an example, an historical sample, because this happened in a specific moment of the story of the Italy, not only. And this specific moment has relation with the First World War. So that happened in this area that was hit of terrible disasters, and that all that happened together after, was stopped in reason of the First World War. Also, the design, the people, the workmen was impossible to find for this war, and also the money to work on this. So that you see the first, in this first slide, also you see, to summarize, some specific focal points, 4 focal points: territory and town between oblivion and reinvention, the territory, stay and transformation, knowledge, protection and conservation, and also, as the point that I listened before, something for public spaces in Berlin. Così? Okay. This is Rome. This is what happened now, but I don't want to speak about Rome. But to demonstrate how the disaster, the results, the damage of the earthquake of 1915 was forgotten, is to demonstrate that also Rome and many parts of the territory was hit by the earthquake, but no one studied this. So only many years ago we know that also Rome was strongly hit from this earthquake. You can see the map, and also one of the more attention results that was that you see in this newspaper of the time. This does not happen only in Rome, to forget, don't study about this damage, but also in L'Aquila, because also L'Aquila was a city that was strongly and widespread hit by the earthquake. But we know only after. To start with the focal point that I stressed before, I put only something spots about this. This is one example for the Avezzano. This is the reconstruction or the total demolition of that was the main church in Avezzano, the San Bartolomeo, that disappeared completely in this town, in the reconstruction. You see the old map, and down you see the project that's now are working about the new cathedral in the new Avezzano. So you can see together. And the project are doing now, is finished now, this period. And so San Bartolomeo, that was the focal point, the intangible, or not only unintangible value of this small community disappeared completely. About the reinvention, I don't speak here about the Giovannoni because of the Roman student research speak about the Giovannoni, but in this case I only demonstrate that the destruction of the Marsica was also the occasion to speak and to propose different kind of reconstruction. In this case, the project of this sort of garden city was proposed to a small country about Gustavo Giovannoni, but this happened. Okay. Territory state transformation. This was a case of Trasacco. Trasacco is a small village that before the drainage of the lake of Fucino was along the village Rituario. This is an interesting situation, this village that was studying this research that I speak before, and because in this case he demonstrated the permanence of the grid, the permanence of the shape, the urban shape, and also which was the impact of the earthquake, of the conversation of this village. Other case that is at the border of the Massica is also the transformation Cicolano. Using this image, the barrack. The barrack that was built to give the inhabitants the opportunity to stay became an important line, important sign in this new town that determined the future of some city. Also in Avezzano, we saw some building a long line along the road that was the transformation of the regional barracks. And the other point, knowledge, protection, conservation. The earthquake of the January of 1915 was the first test of the young Italian government about the protection of the historical, artistic heritage, mobile and also furniture of church. In this case, it was important in which way they reacted and conserved the memory, the paper that now we use to understand well. Other case that was a study from one researcher is the importance of to maintain or to move again, to move back the religious furniture in this case. This is an esempio Santa Maria del Ponte in Tione degli Abruzzi, where was before the earthquake il trittico del cosiddetto maestro di Beffi, that was a symbolic value. After the earthquake, this move in another place and didn't back, so private the value of this monument, this church, and this is one intangible value, and that was disappear. Other case of L'Aquila. L'Aquila, I come back to the same things that I told about Rome. We know about, for example, the damage of the facade of Colle Maggio, that was of the well-known monument in L'Aquila, but thanks also to the study of Carla Bartolucci, that is here we start to understand that the damage not serious enough, but widespread. This is important also if you want to build the knowledge for the future, for what happened in 2009. Other point, starting from the public space and building. This is the case of the school. The school also, this is the case of Celano, Avezzano, or the kindergarten, that also Gustavo Giovanosi, that here creates something new, but also in Celano again, the municipality, that these are focal point to move, to give a hand at the population, to have some point where you renew you. And now I speak better Avezzano. I scroll these slides quickly, only to demonstrate which was the relation with the territory before the drainage and what's happened after this and after the earthquake. I want to be only scroll this work and you can have a look reading quickly. That's a short line that you can see. The drainage of the lake was an important thing in the story of this territory, also because it was a transformation into an agricultural territory, and also for the industrialization that was in relation with the agricultural use of the territory. But about the story of Avezzano, we can see here which was the original center of Azzano, in which way is increased before the earthquake on 1915, and which are the focal point of this small center that if you know of Azzano, you go there, you don't renew at all, because this part of the center disappeared completely. And this is you see this, the focal point before the earthquake, the church of San Bartolomeo, the palace Colonia, that was the prince that was important for the drainage of the lake, the old castle. And you see the wall, also the main gate with the road that put in relation with the territory, and also the kind of the streets, the kind of this type of buildings that was very specific in many other small villages in Abruzzo, and not only in the south Italy. And this is the case of the Collegiata di San Bartolomeo, that was in which kind of damage you can see. This is the Piazza Torlonia, to show you which was the situation before the earthquake. This is the before 1915. But I stopped just a little here to explain that before the earthquake, an engineer, not only three, but a group of engineers, did a plan to increase to a new part of this city. And this plan that was approved before the earthquake was the basic for the new Avezzano after the earthquake. Some decision was taken before the earthquake. I can say that earthquake took easily to the demolition of the old center. This is happened also in other occasions. There's sometimes we can know that some monuments was abandoned. In many times, this is an ideological decision. In some part, Turkey, Greece, we know that they leave it, for example, I don't know, mosque or church, depending which side you stay. And this is happened also in the recent time, because it's easy abandoned and give at the time the rule of demolition, to ruin, to let's say abandon the things. So the earthquake was terrible. Give me if I have to cut, okay? And this is, I show you which is the plan, and which was the old Avezzano, that in the blue you see that the area that was destroyed. This is the extension area that was taken before, with the plan before, but it was the first part that was finished. This one. You see in these important pictures that was 1928, you see the new city that was in a good level. The old one is completely abandoned. And that was rebuilt in a completely different way. Cancelled totally was. This is the station. This you can see in which way they work to do the new city, in which way only the castle remain as a focal point. The other, I don't know in English, Tridente, that is all obviously 18th and 19th centuries important to the capital, European capital. This is the idea of the Tridente that was applied, but with cancelled completely that was before. And you see the new roads and which was the line that guided this. This is the all part that completed disappear. You can compare which was the grid, the net, and what happened. Also, some monument disappeared completely. And you see the new square of the cathedral. This was the model for the architect, but the commission not consent this one. And this is the cathedral and New Town. After the New Town Hall, before the earthquake, existed the old center of the city. Residential building, this is what happened after. The kind, or and go quickly, which kind of villa, villini, palazzine, eccetera, eccetera. Okay, thank you very much.
Many thanks to Simone for that fascinating talk. Architectural historians use so many postcards when they can. They're so important to see what things were like before and after. And I will return to our next speaker, who is Paola Bartolomucci, and she's going to be speaking about historical centres and post-seismic reconstructions, experiences compared. Please welcome.
This contribution shows a comparison between the reconstruction in Abruzzo and other experiences after various seismic events. These reconstructions are particularly significant to understand different approaches about preservation of historical architecture. During emergency phases, the approaches used for the safety of damaged areas are various. In general, still today, a lot of construction was demolished for security reasons. See the recent demolition in Amatrice and other villages damaged by the earthquake of 2016. The reconstruction criteria are contrasted between a modern rebuilding in situ or formation in other site and a retrospective restoration. Here, there are a summary data related earthquakes occurred in different places and periods over 50 years. These numbers are useful for a raw comparison, but they do not say anything about the reconstruction modalities, nor about how much and what of cultural heritage has been saved from destruction. Here there is a comparative summary of the main seismic reconstruction occurred in the last 50 years, trying to highlight the criteria that directed the various reconstruction. 1968, Belice Valley, Ghibellina was rebuilt elsewhere as a modern idealistic city, and the historical town was cancelled and transformed into an enormous work of art, the Gretto di Alberto Burri. Today, both of them are incomplete and in serious decay. 1976, Friuli. The reconstruction of Benzone and Gemona are exceptions in a context of generalized destruction carried out after the earthquake. It was a model of participatory reconstruction due to an immediate reaction of people that opposite demolitions and decentralization. It took a social value even before the historical one. It was based on the identifying value of places. The restoration was made by anastilosis of monumental buildings. Stones were collected and numbered, then relocated and integrated. The reconstruction of urban fabric was completed with using compatible technologies and building typologies with the inclusion of original fragments, maintaining the road system and squares. But this reconstruction shows lights and shadows. The reconstruction of Benzone Cathedral by anastilosis does not hide the signs of the traumatic event. It seems a challenge to preserve a monument's authenticity instead of comforting reconstruction. While the Osopo reconstruction seems to ignore the history and meanings of places, the ruins of St. Peter Church remain as scenographic backdrop for the new construction. Except for the reconstruction of the Benzone Historic Center in Friuli, there was a general demolition of historical buildings and great consumption of territory, so much that the suburbs have increased considerably. After the Friuli earthquake, the government moved from a bureaucratic centralization to the decentralization to the region. Later, this policy was implemented elsewhere, but the results were not the same. Not only the regulatory procedures were different, the substantial difference lies in the awareness of cultural values of places. In Belice, this wisdom seems to be missing. On that occasion, the University of Friuli and the Faculty of Conservation of Cultural Heritage, first in Italy, were founded by Aula. 1980, Irpinia, a leap in scale compared to the Friulan model. The affected area was much wider. There were several delocalized reconstructions and various speculations. The slogan "From the reconstruction to development" was completely divided very fast. 1997, Umbria, Marche, standardized regulatory procedures from reconstruction were defined as light and heavy reconstruction. The concept of trees to be saved was defined, and also the integrated reconstruction in historical centers. But was the safeguarding of authenticity really guaranteed? 2009, L'Aquila. This is only historic center. The city was damaged but was not destroyed. The historic city is characterized by an urban fabric that cannot be reproduced, nor be preserved only in a single monumental element. Immediately, only 45 monuments to be saved were listed in all the seismic area. The red line marks the city walls. Until 2009, they were neglected, sometimes demolished in the 20th century, but today they remain as the main place where the city was built. Today, the perception of the polycentric city constituted by the places that founded it is getting lost, because we can walk and live only in certain place. Art. In conclusion, I report here some questions about the meaning of reconstruction. What is the conservation role? It is limited to singular monuments or only the decorative elements? Can this latter be separated from architecture? This is Amatrice, 2016. After and today, the destruction was carried out after the earthquake. For security reasons, this is l'Aquila. What is history for? Do the signs of time and events have a value? Why erasing them? Is authenticity an essential requirement still today? What is the value of urban tissue, environment, landscape? Who does the cultural heritage belong to? What is the meaning of inheritance, transmission? Thanks.
Thanks very much to Carla for that fascinating talk. And as my colleague Simonetta notes, quite something to see them all one after the other. A little bit overwhelming, in fact. We're going to come to the last of the talks for this special session, and that's Federico de Mentes, and he's going to be speaking about Ancient City of the Future, Notes on the Reconstruction of Beirut.
So hello everyone, I have the privilege of being the last speaker for the morning, which means I have to be short. And I will speak a bit about Beirut. It's a city where I've...
Take a little time because we have to go.
I will speak slowly.
No, speak slowly. We have more time. We don't have to finish at 12.
Okay, so I will tell you the story of my life. All right, now, I taught in Beirut for some time, a few years ago. It's a city which is extremely interesting for many different reasons. So when the opportunity of this conference came up, I thought putting together some considerations on the post-war reconstruction of Beirut could have been an interesting contribution to the Silk Cities and also in my line of the research. So more than most other cities that have undergone the trauma of destruction and the subsequent reconstruction, Beirut has a very dense and intertwined history that is layered with alternate and inconsistent narratives, multiple and contradictory spaces. The reconstruction of the city center, which is an ongoing process that is about to enter its 4th decade, seems to have been constantly pointing in the direction of crystallizing a single image, an artificial construct that is expressed in both urban spaces and buildings. Okay, so now, if once the construction work has finished and the gates of the buildings have been reopened, we can consider reconstruction to be complete, but the process by which human life may again unfold within the space of a wounded city is much more complex and continuous over time. Now, obviously, this is not only the case of Beirut, something that happens in many other contexts, for example in l'Aquila. But in Beirut, the thing is a bit more complicated because the city is surrounded by a tremendous geopolitical landscape where there has never been, even after the civil war, a reliable political stability. It has never returned, and the turmoil of global finance have made the country's economy weak and unpredictable. So if we walk through the streets of Beirut today, we are faced with a urban space that is the direct evidence of many underlying dynamics. And this is important even before we start assessing the wider political, social, and economic conditions of the city to clarify why, to a large extent, the reconstruction has failed. Now, the city's historic center is all but rejected. by its inhabitants, who have severed any effective liaison with its streets. And if some of the causes for this response are quite obvious, for example, the heavily guarded enclosures, the glamorous and overpriced gated communities, we want to argue that further reasons for these rejections lie directly embedded in the qualities of spaces that have been restored after the wartime destruction. So I would wish to provide a brief description of the period's lived space as it emerges from the encounter of its inhabitants with the physical scaffolding of the city. I'm not going to seek to provide an objective etiology of the medical history. I want to analyze the treatment that the city received to recover from the wartime wounds. I would rather consider the events that unfold in space as symptoms of the current condition. That may be the consequence of decisions taken by authorities and planners during the course of its history, but it's also telling of the way that Beirutis respond to space in its contingent manifestation, apprehending it in their affective dimension. So I just very quickly want to outline the methodology that I used for this description, which feeds into my line of research. There are various practices for the description of human space, and some contemporary trends are based on phenomenological methods that tend to place the experiencing subject at the center of concerns. So while other approaches privilege the material configuration of the built environment or the social and economic processes that subtend its working mechanism, here I intend to stress the affective dimension of urban space in terms of the subject's emotional response to the contingent situations that he encounters. Now, the theoretical scaffolding for this method of investigation can be tracked through several different strains that I will very, very quickly outline. All of these revolve around the notion of the centrality of the subject's perception and the relevance and transversality of the affective response. So from the 1960s onwards, the German philosophers Hermann Schmitz and Georg Böhme have elaborated the notion of atmosphere as a spatial dimension of feelings that become accessible to all present subjects through their corporeal sensations. And geographer Jürgen Hasse has elaborated on this concept, developing a phenomenographical method incorporating the subject's direct experience in the description of urban environments. The more recent parallel approach concentrates on the shared anthropological dimension of emotional dynamics, and geographers such as Ben Anderson and Matthew Gandy focus less on the embodied dimension of experience while investigating how spatial interactions are influenced by the affective qualities of atmospheres. And finally, a third, more empirical strain, instead of French urbanist and sociologist Jean-Paul Thibault, whose research on the notion of ambiance aims at providing a description of urban space, assigning a great weight to the extended sensorial aspects of experience. On the slide, you see some very short list of key texts for each of these different strains of research. What these various approaches have in common are several methodological intersections. The fact that they privilege the subject's purely reflective experience, the centrality of the affective response intended both in the individual corporeal steering and in the collective dimension of shared emotions, in the non-linguistic character of the expressive qualities that are encountered in the built environment, and in the contingent character of the description, which considers the dynamic unfolding of the urban space's situational nature. So leveraging on these theoretical conditions, it is possible to provide a thick description of lived urban space that does not solely rely on analytical distancing mechanism, but rather includes the subjective sphere as a primary tool for the cognition of reality. So, once this is put down, let us go back to Beirut, a very brief history and anamnesis of the destruction. Now, you probably know about the Lebanese Civil War. It was a very long conflict that spanned 1.5 decades, from 1975 to 1990, and it left most of the country's territory in a profoundly damaged state, with infrastructure pretty much destroyed, and the national capital, which is also the one large city in Lebanon, there was a vast expanse of ruins. What happened is that while before the war the city's social structure was largely mixed, with citizens of various confessions. Lebanon is a very small country which has 18 different religious groups. They share the urban areas quite freely, but after the war, the sectarian clashes brought to a strong polarization, particularly with an east-west division running along the Rue de Damas, which eventually was rebaptized the Green Line. Now this is on the left, a photograph from 1983, where you see the Green Line, which was called green because the division between the two sectors of East and West Beirut was overgrown with spontaneous vegetation, and therefore it took up the green color. And the division ran all the way from the sea to the mountains. So it was really cutting East and West Beirut into entirely separate districts, and at some moments of the conflict it was nearly impossible to go from one side to the other. Other sectors of the city underwent a different type of damage. The central market area, the souk, was a mesh of streets and alleys that was home to a lively urban scene revolving around the commercial activity. But the wartime destruction affected this area, setting the stage for its eventual demolition. The intricate web of social and economic relations that sustained the souk's life for centuries was disrupted by the sectarian polarization of the city. So the market's hardware, the buildings, the stores, the covered streets, was emptied of its human material, and the thriving business life that once included here would never return, which paved the way for the subsequent demolition. So throughout Beirut, there were some specific streets, buildings, or even individual some areas that accounted for an invisible affective topography and overlaying that only partially matched the intensity of destruction. So in terms of the experience of lived space, these immaterial contents remained embedded in the inhabitants' relationship with the urban scenario, even long after the end of the clashes and after reconstruction. With the ceasefire in 1990, there's a famous photograph from set by Gabriele Basilico, who visited Beirut in 1991, and with these incredible images. The reconstruction of Beirut became a national priority for Lebanon, because at stake was not only the need of reinstating the country's sole political, cultural, and economic hub, but also to stage a spatial narrative of national reconciliation. Because the conflict had no official winners or losers, and the capital city's role of representing this pacification through its urban image, recovering or even overcoming the splendor of that short-lived period in the 1960s, during which it was known as the Paris of the East. It extended beyond a simple planning and architectural effort. So in came Rafik Hariri, who was the Lebanese entrepreneur who had amassed a large fortune as a real estate developer in Saudi Arabia, and he masterminded the reconstruction as prime minister. He established a company which is called Solidaire, which stands for Société Libanaise pour le développement et la reconstruction du centre-ville de Beyrouth. This company managed the reconstruction and was granted by law a tremendous power, so one-handedly centralizing the process and eschewing any public confrontation. Now, as we know, in many cases, destruction and reconstruction in post-catastrophe cities are not two entirely separate moments, because the destruction may extend into the reconstruction phase if the political and technical paradigms. Thus came Solidaire's branding of Beirut as the ancient city of the future. Now, in this sense, the city center is a simulacrum, differing from whatever was there before in its spatial configuration and material constitution. Its aim is not that of creating an actual urban space, but rather an image, a conceptual standard of postmodern urban design practices. So Solidaire's plan for the reconstruction of Beirut clearly points in this direction with guidelines for the restoration of historic buildings, setting up the extreme cleansing and homogenization of cladding materials while providing great freedom in the transformation of interior spaces. Some examples. Now, the new shopping complex of the soft souks built after an international design competition, represents a drastic change in scale and height from the previous fabric. Although its architecture presents some ingenious solutions, it was designed by Raphael Moneo, it only preserves a thin veneer of local character through the choice of cladding materials and some isolated formal elements, while tending towards a standard globalized commercial model. Now these buildings, as you can see on the image on the left, a little more here, they relate to the restored part of the urban fabric that in the meantime has been polished to remove most traces of damage and weathering from the facades while accommodating entirely new functions in their interiors. Now in the city center, there are several areas that still remain to be completed and defined, most notably Martyr Square, here behind the back, that once was Beirut's central symbolic place. Now, more than in any other space, here one can observe the clash between the various political, religious, social, economic forces that are shaping the city's contemporary configuration. Side by side, sit the modern buildings showcasing the city's global ambitions. The new massive Alamein Mosque looks historic, it was built in 2008. The restored facades of Beirut's colonial heritage, the archaeological remains of its remote past, and the faux picturesque buildings of the new upscale developments. So the conflict and tension among these objects as expression of the diversified claims towards a square space keep it in a limbo, restraining it from being somehow concluded. Now let us just briefly observe this ambiance that is emerging from this urban space. Here we are in Place dell'Aquila. This is the political and administrative center of Beirut. Once it was more accessible, this area called Centre-Ville, its pedestrian precinct around Place dell'Aquila today is heavily guarded, also for security reasons, obviously for what is happening in nearby Syria. There are military blockades controlling the entrance of visitors. This form of threatening enclosure alters the subject's perception of space, not only when entering, when you go through these blockades, but also when roaming through the area streets. Now the streetscape, as you can see in this photograph, is scarcely populated most of the time, with very few human presences that animate the area. Now in Centre-Ville, the way the restoration of historic buildings was carried out in accordance with the Solidaire guidelines increases a certain alienating effect. This derives from our betrayed expectation of what a historic neighborhood is, which includes a range of material qualities, varied and non-homogeneous. We expect weathered and rich patina rather than a clean surface. Or we expect a deep articulation of conditions that are resulting from the spontaneous life of the city. Here, on the other hand, we see that all facades, materials, colors look surprisingly the same, as if they had been cast from a single mold. And this condition, its visual impact and the expressive qualities that it has, makes us feel not so much the way we expect in a true historic neighborhood, but much closer to what we experience in the nearby postmodern pastiche residential developments, such as this one, Safe Village from Solidaire. Here, historicity is only simulated and everything always looks new and pristine. Now, the Western modernist obsession for newness that has pervaded many contemporary conservation practices leads what is old to look very much like what is actually new. If from Centre-Ville we cross Martyr Square into nearby neighborhoods such as Gemaise or Mar we encounter a very different situation. Now, these neighborhoods, despite having been also heavily gentrified themselves, they have not been subjected to the Solidaire method, and they still largely display the spontaneous variety of living historical neighborhoods. To conclude, the reconstruction of Beirut represents an exemplary case of the crisis that is generated by the application of contemporary neoliberal planning practices to historic urban contexts. As Solidaire's vision quite plainly states, history is commodified as a value-creating asset reduced to a veneer that codes an otherwise contemporary urban system. More specifically, the underlying economic mechanism espouses the notion of a pacified space in which amnesia of the war's trauma has been embedded. Instead of ideally returning the city space to all the various communities and factions that confronted each other during the Civil War, all ideological content has been deracinated, producing an effective vacuum, where all one feels is an alienated emptiness. The neatly polished facades of the new historic buildings are not only symbols of this process. Through their aseptic cleanliness, they directly express the deliberate erasure of a traumatic past which at present would disrupt the anesthetized comfort of the global elite's leisure time. Grazie.
Thanks very much to Federico for that fascinating, really excellent paper. And we've come to the conclusion of our presentations. We've got a few minutes for questions, but one in particular that I think Federico really touched upon that I find so important, and it comes across all of the papers this morning, is the issue of contemporary architecture in relation to conservation. And so we saw one building it was at Ossobo, the Church of San Pietro, where it looked as though the original had been kept and a contemporary entrance barrel vault had been commissioned, something like that. I'm just curious, why is, in all the papers there could be another paragraph in each of these papers today that addressed how conservation bodies and more resilient communities address the issue of contemporary architecture. Because that is an issue. If you want to look at the issue of L'Aquila, I mean, it's so depressing. We've got a theatre by Renzo Piano, which the Aquilani hate because they say it's too close to the castle and it's in the wrong colours and it's not traditional, and so utterly boring of them to think of that. And if you go up these streets, the one I go up every day, the Via del Guasco, it's just over here, it always come dorere. It all looks as though nothing ever happened. The earthquake never happened. They've got all these nice canaletto colours of orange and beige. Did they, even if we just think of contemporary architecture as technological innovation, I've been into these rebuilt flats, they've all been rebuilt by sort of one Vita. No LED lighting, utterly, tiles on the floor, traditional heating. They have not taken advantage of any technological advantages as far as I can see in these traditional homes. So it was interesting yesterday to hear the talk on San Salvatore, where they're really trying to look at a historical structure and work out what new technology can be used to make that more environmentally friendly, more climate friendly, more ecological. So I think that's could be an important thing to address in all of those studies. In the Marsica, with the new city plan, there was contemporary architecture and urban thinking, and new buildings. They didn't just rebuild exactly as it was. So I think this is an issue.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm Jeff Cody from the Getty Conservation Institute. I just wanted to call attention to this and also underscoring this important issue by telling everyone here that if you go to the website of the Getty Conservation Institute, a colleague of mine has spent a great deal of time within the last few years compiling an annotated bibliography of this question of infill. And it's completely free, downloadable, very, very helpful on exactly this point. That for those of you interested in exploring this further, so the website is quite simple: www.getty.edu/conservation, and that will lead you to our main website, where there are very many, unlike my book, which is not downloadable, There are many publications, including this one, that would allow you to explore this issue in greater detail with annotated bibliographic references from many parts of the world that relate to this issue.
Fantastic, I think that's incredibly helpful. I see it as a burning issue. There's no reason why Raphael Monero's building wasn't more interesting. I mean, it could have been more interesting there. It would have been like, you know, a citation rather than anything else. But, you know, interestingly, when we organised a conference in 2010 at the Biennale in Venice, in the Ducal Palace, I invited over, on dell'Aquila, I invited over Robert Hammond, who was one of the two founders of the High Line in New York. And his proposal for dell'Aquila was very interesting. He said, instead of putting scaffolding on everything, why don't you go through the city and work out which buildings can be saved and put scaffolding on them, and the ones that can't be saved, why don't you demolish them and plant gardens in those missing areas, so you'd have a city that was a mosaic. It would be a city that would acknowledge what's happened, and that would have a combination of historical buildings accurately restored with empty spaces that became gardens. And if you planted those gardens in 2010, we now have fantastic gardens as a mosaic walking through the city. But of course, everyone here thought this was the worst idea possible, because everything had to be rebuilt as it was and where it was. And the depressing results, I think you can see in the city at the moment, where there's nothing, no innovative contemporary architecture in the city, and that's because it's not long term. And I think this is a huge issue. Anyway, questions? Other questions? You're all hungry.
Yes. Now, it's not easy to reply to you this question, but I want to only say that no one thinks that work in restoration or in historical architecture think that it's not possible that the contemporary architecture live together with old architecture. No one. Depend on. And I don't believe, that we can choose in the city as l'Aquila, where the urban shape is the very historical sign. The importance of the l'Aquila is the net. You can say this is good and I do the restoration, this not enough. I can do demolition and put there a garden. Because that's important in l'Aquila is the matrix, it is an urban shape. I'm not agree with many of restoration in l'Aquila where they maintain, we can say, the facade and inside the demolition. And also they really didn't maintain the facade also because it's not possible to enter in the details, but they don't maintain. We don't, the case of Santa Maria di Paganica, that Bartolomucci showed, is an important case to discuss, but I think that me and Carla won't speak about Com'era. Absolutely, I don't think so, I don't know, I speak for me. No. There are so many interesting cases of modern, contemporary solution to do this. We have also made terrible solutions with inside the old church we found a skateboard or hotel, we know Manchester and Maastricht had a terrible case that was transformed in something, I think, that is not a good idea. I think that Santa Maria di Paganica, I use this case as an example, as not only material value, but immaterial value. For the one Nadia was born, because this is the meaning of the square, of the loca, of the story of the city. You have to maintain this one. but we don't say in which way. Yes, we can speak in which way we have to do, but we have to have in our mind that the story of the city is matrix, is urban matrix. This is the value for me, and also for the population. I don't think that we have to give the population the opportunity to decide. Come era dov'era. I don't think so, sorry, I'm not democratic. No? I'm not democratic. Sure, I know. Sorry. We have the government, that's not democratic. Sorry, I kept my small part. So.
We've got a couple of questions, I think, and then we'll have some lunch.
So I don't want to reply, I think the word of the others to reply, sorry.
So I have a question in general about if I wonder if perhaps one of the reasons why there might be difficulty in searching good quality contemporary architecture might be two things. Perhaps, first of all, it might be current building codes that are not really compatible with historic architecture. For instance, there might be building codes or requirements that, for example, requirements for parking, requirements for setbacks, that would make inserting a contemporary structure would be very difficult. And second, in the same way, when we think a contemporary, we often think concrete and very tall. And what happens when you try to insert, especially a concrete building with 6 underground basements into a historical matrix, it can be disastrous, because where I come from Lima, Peru, and for example, it does not happen in the historic city center because that's a UNESCO protected site, and basically, what it basically means is that we are not allowed to do massive, the government cannot do massive destruction, but in other historic areas of the city that do not have this protection, there is a historic district called Barranco and Miraflores, where I live, where basically everybody who lives in an old adobe house is terrified that they're going to build an apartment building next to them, because it basically means that the home is going to get destroyed. Because once they build those layers, those several basements of parking lots, your little adobe house will not survive. If you're lucky, you'll just get like dust all over your house for months on end. If you're unlucky, your house will just collapse on you while you're sleeping. There was a famous case of a feminist bookstore that had to close because they were building this contemporary, very beautiful building, and the workers were demolishing a wall, and suddenly the bookstore lost the wall. So that's something that there is an incompatibility, that sometimes contemporary architecture can be very aggressive because of modern codes, and especially in Peru, I don't know what other places that it happened. A modern building can often mean the death of the neighboring building. So I would like to know how common can this happen?
I think that's why I wanted to raise the issue. I think there are two things. Certainly in a rebuilding historical centre such as L'Aquila, there are building codes, but there are also codes about the material you can use, and you can see that they're being followed. But it still doesn't, if you think of, I'm talking about very good contemporary architects, let's say Peter Zumthor. If L'Aquila Council had commissioned him to rebuild on a site in the centre, I'm sure he's an architect who's capable of using traditional materials, but coming up with something utterly amazing and fantastic. So I'm talking about that sort of level. Does any city, amongst the disaster, does any city commission really excellent contemporary architects to do something experimental in the centre of a town to show what contemporary art can do? Not often enough, that would be my thing. So you can be restricted by materials and building codes, and of course not build a very high thing, but maybe a 3-story palace like is traditional here. It would still get a very different, exciting result for contemporary architecture, I believe. And I think that institutions and councils don't think about that enough, and especially because a lot of them are against contemporary architecture. I saw there was another hand up. We'll just come to the back, yes?
I have a general comment, but a question to Federico. I think as architects and urbanists, we tend to have these very fanciful visions of what reconstruction looks like, but it's almost never grounded in the reality of the political economy. So this idea of gardens where the ruins were, it's a beautiful idea, but what government is going to allow this very valuable land to be used as a garden when it could be reconstructed, especially if it's in the center of the city, and especially if they have this vision for growth and for attracting tourists. So I feel like we have these amazing visions, but then they never get translated into reality on the ground because governments have different priorities and private developers have different priorities. And so I think there is a bit of a gap there between how we think and how we think.
But also historically, because if you think of the fire of London in 1666, and there's plans to make a wonderful new city, and then they don't get done for exactly these reasons, because the economy needs to get going, and people have their own private land which they don't want to give away or have taken away from them.
Yeah.
So you're quite right.
So my question for Federico on the solidarity reconstruction, it's important to remember the context in which this happened. It was the end of the Civil War, the government was incredibly fragmented, and they had no financing for this reconstruction. And so solidarity was seen as the most viable option to realistically rebuild the city center. I'm not defending or saying that it's a sustainable model. It's absolutely very, very negative, had a very negative impact on Beirut as a city. But this model now is very attractive for authoritarian regimes in the region, whether it's in Libya or Syria or Iraq or wherever. So my question is, what could be realistically an alternative model to reconstruction that does not completely disintegrate the identity of the city and create increasing social inequality?
Well, the fact is that, the solidarity model in terms of politics and economy, obviously, at the time was probably the only thing that could work, to put together a country that had been fighting for a long time. But what I wanted to say is that at least a part of the problems, of the failures of the reconstruction, were really not derived from the process, but rather in the design decisions. The 1996 master plan of Beirut by Agnes Gavin is really an incarnation of a certain type of urbanism that was entirely going towards a capitalist model. There was absolutely no space for any other type of community that could be accommodated there. So probably the process by which Solidera expropriated all the areas, it was very brutal, and the souks could have been left standing. They could have been restored instead of razing them and replacing them with a shopping mall. But in a way, it was probably the only way to proceed, if they didn't want to leave the city as a ruin. But then in terms of design, they called a very oriented design team that was really into a form of urbanism that wasn't really looking at all at the social inclusion. Was really not the interest. Now, since Solidera was a private company, and this was absurd, that public reconstruction is run by a private company. This is something that really didn't have any possible reason. But obviously, as a private company, they were just looking at the bottom line. How much does it make? And obviously, in that sense, there was no real interest nor need of actually giving back something social in terms of community.
Yes, maybe we can continue that conversation at lunch, and I just want to close the session with one last question.
Just have a question, first an observation and then a question. I think post-disaster and post-war scenarios are similar for some aspects, but also very different in terms of perception of people. Like after a disaster, people want to have back what had been stolen from them. It's last natural. Like overnight, L'Aquila lost people and building all of a sudden. That's why people, I think, struggle a little bit with kind of looking for alternatives, because they, at the very beginning, wanted back what was stolen from something. On the other hand, after a war, and this I think was mentioned a couple of days ago in this maybe third presentation, and when you go through the war, sometimes you want to forget about it, and also changing the shape of a place can be meaningful, can be an action to renew and to reborn, also for the city. But my question then was about them. What do people value now there? Do they value the ancient version of Beirut, or do they value the new one? Where do they find their identity actually?
Okay, this is a very complex question because the
social sphere of Beirut has changed dramatically. You know? Now, one thing I can say that Centreville belongs to no one. No one who lives in Beirut recognizes Centreville as having any significance for them. People from Beirut never go there.
But this is just like Potsdamer Platz in Berlin. It's just a piece of commercial rubbish.
And we also consider the time spent, so people maybe have lost the memory related to that place.
No, it's not, it's not a matter of losing the memory, it's that it was transformed in a very radical way. It was gentrified in a very strong, again, capitalist way. If you go there, all you find is like global stores from like American brands. So it's been transformed into a shopping mall for the very rich, no? And people say, why should I go there if all I can do is like have a coffee for $10, no? And then Beirut is a rather large city, I mean not huge, so people find their proper space in their local community in these centers that then are scattered far away from the Centreville. So it's just not out.
I think that's a sort of phenomenon we can see in many cities where areas are gentrified and the locals don't go to them anymore. Thank you all so much for coming to this session, for the contributions, a great set of speakers with a very, very interesting set of subjects. And we're still late for lunch because it was so thought-provoking. And keep that in mind and keep discussing over lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. You are welcome in our session of presentation. We will have presentation 15 minutes. Later we will have a question together. Please respect the time. Try to be flexible, but we have a speaker later.
I would like to ask you if you were working because I didn't.
Okay,
I also before because I had no time to prepare, so it could be that I'm running. So please really keep the time and tell me so I can read it.
Okay, the first one presented Professoressa Paola Rizzi. The topics of the session you know is the crisis, master planning, and presidents engaging the next generation. The first presentation, The Lotus Silence Before a Next Mankind Quake, disaster preparedness in Tsukami Town, Japan. Is it like pronunciation?
That's right.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Would you like to switch off the light a bit?
Would you like?
It's better than the photo of the girl. Thank you so much.
Is it okay?
Yes. If someone can take a nice picture, maybe you can send to the organization.
Let's say that is a research that lasted for many years, since 90s. But this specific research, not regarding society, is regarding the problem of urban planning and risk and disaster. I carry for many years with colleagues of Kochi University in Chicago. So first I would like to introduce why I started to work and what is the model that I'm following in order to face the problem of disaster. I have this model that is comparing and putting together and check where the cycle of risk, is a risk, there is an urban system, there is an emergency strategy and planning, then something happens, you survive, then you have to cope with the next risk, and then this is the cycle. And on the other side, you have these 4 big boxes that are, divided into vulnerability, adaptability, resilience, and transformability. And they are concerning 3 columns, 3 different items that are the constitution, that are the elements that constitute the urban system or territorial system, and the turning points where, according with vulnerability, we can do something. So, for instance, talking about vulnerability, what we can do in order to lower the vulnerability and increase some resilience, we can just find a good interaction between risk and nervous system. For the adaptability, we have to work on social learning. For resilience, we have to think about self-organization, because without it, you cannot talk about resilience. The system doesn't reside for themselves. And about transformability of urban system, you have to work on the normative aptness. In our research, we talk probably the one that were on the Poremska presentation. She talked about dual space. Dual space is not only a space that is with double use. You know, you can use a room to play and you can use a room to teach, or you can use a room to sleep with. But the concept of dual space burst out when after the 2011, I was in Kochi in September, working with my colleagues there, and we, let's say, thinking about all the problems that were flowing out from the evacuation centers. And, but in our opinion, it doesn't regard only the evacuation center. I mean, the feasibility, the quality of comfortability of the evacuation center. It regards something else. It regards the approach of the public sectors, and also is at that time that I learned that there are a lot of causalities that are not concerning the post-disaster, I mean, affected for some reasons, but there are casualties that are concerning or affected by the quality of the evacuation centers. And I can add also that the problem is related with the aging people and with the women or gender issue or something that is related with that. So the concept was born, and then we started to work with my diversity lab and urban lab and the University of Kochi on dual space, resilient space, that for us were a sort of synonymous. And we work and we realize with different communities, we try to cope with some, let's say, points. You know what is it, right? It's a timeline of the pre, during, and post disaster. So we wish to work on this timeline, but unfortunately, we start to work with the survival of the earthquake, how to escape from tsunami, with isolation in evacuation center, with life in evacuation center, especially, and with life in the temporary shelter. This is the time span, and you can understand yesterday we talked a lot about how time is affecting the reconstruction phase, and you can understand that we are always talking about this time, pretending that it will solve all this time. The project that we realized were different regarding restoration of old or disused gymnasium as evacuation center, disused hospital or home community. We work on the streets, on the evacuation routes, etc. The situation in Shikoku Island is, you know, for the one, I'm not looking for the Japanese colleague, you know quite well, but of course, for the others that probably know but they are not familiar, Shikoku is here. And this is the Philippines plate, this is the Ankai Basin, and this is the situation of, in this case, of Suzaki's residents and the situation of demography, the problems that are related with evacuation places. If, as is probable, since 2011 it was told that in 30 years is probably that Kochi, Shikoku in general, will be hit by a big Ankai. And big Ankai means we cannot predict what kind of level of magnitude, but for sure, of course, when you work on preparedness, you work on the maximum, right? So you never work on the lower, you work on the maximum level of risk. And talking about this is Susaki city. And we have an orography here, but you can understand that here there is some orography around. This is flat. And some area here that are all the historical centers here are, because it's behind immediately behind the arbor, they will be floated in really a few minutes. This is the time for the disaster. So what would happen to the people? No, sorry. This is safety points for neighborhood. This is safety buildings, and you can see that some of them, this is in high places, are difficult to reach. Some of them will be flooded. So this is the problem of Sasaki. This is the, let's say, the historical center, and there's the area where we have to work with is the safe evacuation center that is over there. You can see that there are these traditional and low-rise buildings that are defining all historical settlements. Of course, the government and the local government put a lot of signals and signs over there, but it's not enough. So we are looking to some cultural heritage elements that are typical Japanese architecture, really centennial buildings, existing urban fabric, some business like sake production that are really traditional, run by family since a long time ago. And also with some structures that were never considered, they were post-war structures, but they are disseminated on the island. So what are the scenarios that this kind of system has to face? Is the Nakai and related tsunami. The vulnerability as existing urban fabric, that are a lot of areas that are already susceptible to collapse. Depopulation, abandon on this nice building, lack of information and panels for other than Japanese, because as you've seen before, everything is in Japanese. So it's difficult for us to understand. And incomplete tsunami evacuation towers that are just sort of relics that are close to the sea. Of course, there are some measures that were adopted by the local government, and because they are the section of countermeasures on Sasaki City, in February 2011, they were like the subsidized system to improve houses. They tried to subsidize system to clear roads. What I learned from Japanese that one of the main problems is the fences of the houses, because this is caused a lot of disasters. And it's about the demolished or ruins or not abandoned buildings. There is the insertion of evacuation towers in the circle pattern, the circle center. The maintenance of tsunami evacuation places and shelters, and to ensuring the effectiveness of tsunami evacuation measures. Today there was someone that was talking about storage, storage stock for food during emergency that is by law reviewed, but sometimes the communities cannot afford to do it, or sometimes they just left them, and then they cannot use it in the time of emergency. So we adopt a sort of, I also do not like too much the word resilience, because let's use it as urban resilience solution adopted, was this to work with society. So to involve the Sasaki inhabitants in different activities, to create awareness, to work with the students of different universities to propose the solution, and to try to revitalize the historical center, but also we put attention to vulnerable people, like young mothers, old people, handicapped, and so on. And also to the type of evacuation, let's say, simulation. This is the University of Risk Reduction, the center that is working on this project. This is the spring school that I run for the second time in Sasaki this year, with international students working on this topic. And so I'm just going quickly to the conclusion, just kidding. So is Sasaki town and inhabitants ready for the next Nankai through, earthquake? Would we provide a solution enough to prepare this aging society? Just to give you an idea, the local government is training the really old people in order to be fit, in order to be able to run a bit quicker. And there are really good results about it. I'm not going to show a video, but there are really good results. So what is important is to understand that as conclusion of our overall work is that disaster preparedness should not be a standalone process or an extra activity, something that you run time by time or whatever. And it could be integrated in residents' everyday life. And this is important. To achieve this, critical analysis of industrialization in terms of living with risk are important. So it's something that Italian has to learn from Japanese as well. So this is a quote from Senator Akiko Mito that I really like, because it strengthens the role of gender in democracy center. This is a sort of metaphor that I use always, where you see this is the community, this is the past, etc., this is the nations, but this is a risk of vulnerability that could risk to make the entire tree collapse. And this is what I like, but if we do not also acknowledge the failures that were made in the face of adversity, we will surely fail again at the time of the next calamity. Is what happened, for instance, here in Amatrice. So I think that I cut the time. If you have any question about the detail, because there is much more, I mean, we really work with the community. That's I'm here to answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Baralizzi, for your presentation. The next one, Ocelli. Did you check your video and everything there? We are talking about destruction of the program and disaster, destruction of a dam, the case of Yuri and capital Poligori in Italy. You are welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for having the opportunity of presenting research. It's an Italo-Spanish research with focus on the reconstruction of villas after the dam construction. It's called the Osso d'Italia, it is a study of the Somali settlements, restoration, construction, and tradition of memories. And the main objective is the opinion on the comprehensive study of a common case study from Italy and Spain. The Somali settlements, as a consequence of the construction of water reservoirs, these operations, which are mostly located between the 30s and 50s of the 20th century, triggered at least three phenomena, which are the disappearance of the entire village and its rediscovery for tourist purposes, especially when it's with CCT periods, the construction of new population centers with the relative program of production of new memorials, and the transformation into a new village of entire buildings or at least part of them, dismantling and before excavation. Okay. Here you have the presentation more or less that the way we are carrying out. Sorry, maybe it was better if I was so before. And so we applied for being present in this conference because we study how reconstruction of a building is convenient when you know that it's going to disappear. Because when you are going to construct a dam and put an entire village, you have the opportunity, if you can appreciate that, to deal with people and to understand which are the most important parts of their everyday living that they want to take with them for the next village they are going to construct. This is This is the flooding of dell'Aquila in Spain. And to see people taking out the windows, the doors, these vernacular elements that they need to recollocate in their new houses, tell us about what is important for them and what is realistic for them kind of to the new village. Okay? So these images, I think, help to understand what are we dealing with. And then we have a reconstruction project and all the plannings. In this case, we want to present two cases, two Italian cases we have studied. Okay, so that's why I want to be so long. And this is the people who were reluctant to leave their homes. Okay, so we try to focus a part of the research in the good practice that have been active in reconstruction before the flooding of land, in order to try to give some ideas or some discussion that could be interesting for people who see the reconstruction after earthquakes or other natural disasters. Since the disaster we are studying, as we say, is programming. Okay. So we have been researching more or less a year now. We have studied these cases, and we want to concentrate first of all to San Pietro di Suri. Our research is basically archive research, okay, and all the materials are in Napoli, more or less, because we work with the Alien archive, we reunite all the archives of the whole Italy, okay, and this is the reference we have. Yes, there is one, and then we also work with historical cartography, because sometimes we don't have so many information in the archives. So we need to compare the historical cartography with the actual one in order to understand how many houses have been disappeared. And of course, we go to the places, we talk with local historians, which are one of the most important things we work on, and we see the places and the new reconstructed buildings and all the dams. Okay. Yes. This is the Hoover Dam, okay? This is Ponte Chianale in Cuneo. And it's like the village of Orgata Chiesa, we have studied. We are not talking about them today because we don't have time, but it's very interesting case of reconstruction and translation of just a part of the chart. And so we also study what happens when sometimes the reservoirs, because there is not so much rain or for maintenance programations, are without water, and we can recover and we go to the places which has been flooded, okay, but we cannot also talk about this today. And we also go to the press and try to analyze how the press analyzes these cases. Ok, esatto. Portiamo, excuse me, and we are talking about San Pietro di Suri and Candalopolite, which are very interesting. In our opinion, San Pietro di Suri is very well known. It's the first one, more or less, in Europe, as we know, flooded village where the churches were dismantled and reconstructed by Carvalho. It's a well-known case, okay, so we want to go. But the very strange thing and the very interesting thing is that when we see the reconstruction village, when we see this plan, okay, we found, okay, this is the way all the images of the charts and what they must be building. This is the Kirsu Dam. The reconstruction process was also very interesting. We cannot talk too much. Okay, but the interesting thing is that Suri, we can see the actual Suri, was made also by Carvalho with a plan to this city center. We have seen the plan, focusing on the reconstruction charts, okay, because it was the most important point of memory. But then if you see the plan of Suri, and then we say the plan of the reconstruction of the non-reconstructed, because economical motives, village of Candalopolite is the same. So it makes us to have the idea that Suri was like a super model for reconstruction of Candalopolite, Albera Ligure, Rocchetta Ligure, which are in Alessandria, in Piedmont. And we have all the documents of the flooding, okay, because all the project was prepared, but it wasn't done because due to economical reasons. And it's the only one everyone have found the entire project. So it also allows us to think about some kind of hidden history, okay, because it's very hard to find the documentation and the summation of the entire village, okay. And so we find the plans. The plan is to make 3 kinds of houses, okay, and every one of these the 3 kinds of houses should be as the better one of every places existing before, in order to give to the inhabitants, okay, a house better than the one they should have, okay. And we have also the plans of reconstruction for the schools, one hotel, the church. Also, it's very important in this case, the cemetery, okay, because it's a problem for them because all the tombs remain underwater sometimes, and they just put concrete over, or there they have to make a transition of the cemetery. And so we studied these cases. This was Canterbury as it is now, because it's a project never complete. And that was the planning. It was those who have all these plans about the typical houses. We are studying also colonial houses in this period, and it's very interesting. And they also do, I think, a very useful historical documentation, which is the evaluation of every single house in order to calculate the compensation to the inhabitants. Okay, so we have also the records, and we have like a very specific photograph of how was Canterbury in that time. Okay, and the thing very curious also is we have all the project and we have all the dissertations about how to compensate people who's going to lose their homes. Okay, and which should be the criterion in order to give them another house, okay? And this is very, I won't say funny, but it makes you to think about how they see people they were going to force to leave their homes, okay? And so they discuss about things like we cannot give them the houses with a criterion because maybe after that they will change with the neighborhood, okay? And maybe they will ask for money because if you have a house with a better position than your neighbor and you want more money, you can sell it to him. After Canterbury, they decide to do some kind of auction of the best houses in order to give them to the people who will pay more, and then to give the other houses to the people who didn't give, and make some kind of, after this sort of their own houses, to give them only some pious works in the place, okay, which is something very strange, okay. Okay, I'm finishing. Okay, but more or less we have finished. And so we are carrying on with this study, okay, seeing different kinds and types of reconstruction, as the one we have seen for the Canale, who works, we think who works properly because it respects the configuration and the slope on the mountain of the existing village, and the relationship with the church, okay? Because in reconstruction we have also find that it's important to maintain the relationships even if material is lost, okay? All these special relationships we have to with the people and it works because they remember to go down to the church and then they after go still down to the church, and it's important for them. And so we have the documentation. And it's not only an economical matter, as we can see in so many projects, but you have to talk with people and with them in order to understand how to conduct this process of reconstruction. This is Canterbury, which was never full, okay? But we have also the plans and the compensations and what everyone asked for that. And that's all. Okay, thank you very much. No, no, no.
So thank you for
introduction and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Gazzarani and I'd like to present this paper titled Bell Tower Under Seismic Attack and How to Set Up Symbols Once it Turned into Menace. First of all, I would like to thank my co-author, Professor Eva Pessone and Hideo Cortoni from the University of Parma. The goal of the present research is to identify possible solutions for implementing the first aid interventions for bell fires in the States in an integrated way with the subsequent strengthening phase in order to significantly reduce economical, material and time costs. So my presentation consists of the following sections: an introduction about the seismic behavior of bell towers, then a focus on the emergency phase after the 2012 earthquake in the Emilia-Romagna region, then a critical analysis of different techniques used for securing damaged buildings in specific damaged bell towers, and finally conclusions. So, from the past, high and slender bell towers have characterized the skyline of our historical city centers, up to become a symbol of our cities, and even more to reach communities. For centuries, these monuments have represented the most impressive result of the never-ending fight of art of construction and master builders' techniques against gravity and, above all, against earthquakes. Through ever bolder constructive stratagems, this construction has gradually improved, challenging the laws of statics. But the perfect functioning against gravity could hide weakness, which becomes evident in case of earthquakes. Mistakes in their construction, related maybe to the proportioning process or to bad building techniques, has caused the collapse of some of these structures during the centuries. In the specific, due to the high slenderness and the mass of these structures, the seismic risk assessment of masonry towers is a growing concern. As you can see by these images of partial or total collapse of some towers during the recent Italian earthquakes. So how to avoid the loss of these monuments? Nowadays, the knowledge of the seismic response of the structural topology still represents a critical issue because of the significant lack of information on historical structures, material properties, geometry, construction techniques, boundary conditions. That makes the numerical modeling difficult to develop. And in recent years, we have seen an increasing interest in conducting a vulnerability analysis on slender masonry structures, such as civic tower and bell towers. But note that even if towers and bell towers have a similar structure, their seismic behavior is very different according to their slenderness. So, because of their typological and morphological features, masonry towers are more vulnerable to horizontal and so to seismic actions, while slenderer bell towers has a generally satisfactory behavior under seismic events. So, but actually, the seismic behavior of isolated bell towers and of the towers adherent to other construction are very different. Specifically, the isolated bell towers is free to oscillate and so the damage is lower, while the not isolated bell tower suffered more damages because of the hammering effect of the other constructions. All these aspects have been taken into account by the Italian guidelines of 2011, and a specific chapter is devoted to such structural topology. Masonry towers, while maintaining wide variability on construction techniques and material properties, are characterized by similar geometry configuration, which allows to carry out more general considerations. So, the danger of collapse of this construction, besides representing a technical structural problem, had also strong social implications, generating fear and uncertainties in the population. Indeed, the prospect of the overturning of a high tower can involve a large number of surrounding buildings, imposing the demarcation of a wide unsafety areas. Nevertheless, the lack of an adequate knowledge about this type of intervention soon emerged in 2012. So the regional office of Emilia-Romagna decided to contribute, appointing a commission of experts in restoration and building techniques from the University of Parma, Bologna and Padua. Immediately after the earthquake, this commission analyzed 10 of damaged bell towers, defining for each one some guidelines for past interventions aimed at combining conservation and safety aspects. These third aid devices were rapidly designed, financed, and realized. So now we will see 3 examples. The first one concerned the bell tower of Chiesa del Rosario in Finale Emilia that was seriously damaged by the 2012 earthquake. The main cracks are concentrated at the bottom of the tower, as you can see in the image on the left. And the damage mechanism was triggered by the interaction with the surrounding building, so the church and another construction on the left. Immediately after the earthquake, before the enrolling of the commission of experts, the municipality of Finale Emilia, in cooperation with the civil protection, has designed and realized this first aid intervention to ensure the safety of the structures in order to hinder the possible collapse and to reinstate the verticality of the surrounding roads. First of all, a preliminary securing intervention has been required in order to ensure adequate safety conditions also for the subsequent phases, in strengthening phases. It has consisted in the hooping of the top part of the bell tower with pretensioned polyester bands. And only after this operation, this steel tower could be realized to sustain the bell tower, the masonry bell tower. All this first aid intervention costed about 90,000 euros. So, note that the metal structure allowed to strengthen the bell tower of Rosario Church, even if it was difficult to approach because of the complex architectural configuration. Moreover, the modularity of the structure allowed to ensure the safety not only of the bell tower but also of the nearby passage. And the choice of adopting steel instead of the traditional wooden breakers allowed it to reduce its encumbrance, which nevertheless remained considerable. And it allowed it also to maintain its efficiency longer in time. But, on the other side, the extreme urgency that characterized this first aid intervention realized before it was designed, so the draw here was made after the realization of the structure, don't allow to optimize the intervention, which turned out to be quite invasive and heavy. Moreover, the costs were very high, especially considering that the metal structure could not be reused in the final strengthening phase, despite it was foreseen at the beginning. So, now let's see the second example, that is the bell tower, okay, of Chiesa di San Lorenzo in Casimiro di Cento. In this case, the earthquake caused 3 wide cracks that developed diagonally from the contact point between the bell tower trunk and the vicarage. clearly a consequence of the hammering between the two structures. The high stability of the East Bell Tower, which could collapse on the church or on the nearby road under the effects of another seismic shocks, entailed the declaration of a larger safety area. The worrying condition of the bell tower brought to the conclusion that the demolition could be the best solution. But in order to avoid the loss of this monument, the technical commissions of experts enrolled by the municipality proposed a solution to avoid the overturning of the structure. The first provisional intervention was the insertion of metal rakers made of scaffoldings in order to ensure the safety for the following operation. Then, the second phase was aimed to restating the building stability through the sealing of cracks and strengthening with vertical strips of composite materials and horizontal moves of steel strands. The urgent provisional intervention required about 55,000 euros plus other 90,000 euros for a second intervention aimed at the reopening of the nearby roads and area. Then, 4 years later, other 30,000 euros have been required for maintenance. So, this example highlights that a simple action, such as the realization of a seismic joint, whose lack has caused the majority of damages seen before, could be an effective, easy and cheap preventive intervention in order to avoid the development of severe problems which are very costly to be solved. Moreover, note that the severe damage requires particular precautions for the safety of people and workers, conditioning the choice of intervention. So maybe we can do another intervention more cheaper, but in this case the safety condition doesn't allow. Another great constraint was the presence of the vicarage, which didn't allow to reach the two sides of the bell tower. And finally, also in this case, despite the extreme urgency, the provisional intervention was considered already looking forward to the definitive intervention. But actually, only the scaffolding structures partially integrated was reused to carry out the further intervention, while the cooking system and the composite strips had to be removed and substituted with a more invasive intervention. And finally, the first example concerns the bell tower of Chiesa di Sant'Anna in Renocentese. Here, the damaged bell tower prevented to get closer to the structure, so to quickly restore adequate safety conditions, a first phase of securing was needed to carry out from distance, and so it has been used with better technology, even if it is not very reversible. After that, it has been possible to strengthen the structure with vertical and horizontal strips of composite materials. So, in the definitive phase, the strips and the split skeleton have to be removed, and the tests were carried out to find the best way of cleaning the surfaces and try to preserve the original masonry surfaces. And note that even if this technique is not expensive, like for example the scaffolding, the removal requires about the same cost of the application. And now let us move to the conclusions. In the post-earthquake emergency phase, it is extremely important to be immediately operative, to intervene as soon as possible, working to make the damaged structure safe with awareness and in view of the future intervention, definitive restoration. The aforementioned examples show the complexity of the management of this kind of situation. And we have seen that there are more than one techniques that can be used. Okay, I finish. For securing damaged structures, for example, cooking system, shoring system, and so on. But the most suitable solution should should be chosen according to the type of mechanism activated, to the level of damage, and to the condition of accessibility to the structure. But often, cause of guard, first aid intervention are not optimized for the specific case. So, in conclusion, even if it is well known that it is impossible to identify an always effective solution, the recurring of similar conditions allow to define common strategies for choosing the most suitable first aid intervention, or maybe also a combination of them, in order to restore the public safety and the normal socio-economic activities as soon as possible. So thank you for your time.
And with another author, Nino.
Okay, so my presentation is kind of different from the others. It's just like experience that we had as we programmed the workshop in Iran, and I'm going to just tell you what's that workshop that we made and we launched, and like what was the purpose and everything. So unfortunately nowadays in Iran with this, I mean it's all around the world, but mostly in Iran, this environmental crisis together with the excessive urban development has dominated the lives of people, and the problem is that all these changes and all these urban lives makes all these small villages and small rural neighborhoods be abandoned, and people immigrate from the rural neighborhood to the cities, and these places becoming abandoned and like in the time they destroy. If I want to go more to the detail in this unbalanced development, you can see that the whole population of Iran is 81 million almost, and the rural population is almost 25% of all. But you can see that during the time, because in each 5 years, 700,000 people are immigrating from rural neighborhood to the cities, and this is there are two reasons for this: the reduction of the population from rural neighborhood to the one is the transformation of villages to the cities, and the second was the immigration from the villages to the cities. If you want to go more to the detail, we can see that almost 1/3 of all these villages now are abandoned. And then the ones that are not abandoned, the population is so much less than before, mostly 100 to 500 people. But the reason that these people immigrate from the rural neighborhood to the city, one was the main one was this unbalanced development, that the infrastructure in all the villages are not good and they're not developing, and they really the city, all this development goes to the big cities and to mega cities. And the other thing is all this TV and media that shows that the life of the city is so much better, and then again it's another thing, the investments and the money that is not a lot in this neighborhood, the rural neighborhood, so people prefer to go to the big cities and mega cities. And another thing is that because there are not a lot of school and university in this rural neighborhood, and everything is focused and concentrated in the big cities, so people go and study in these big cities, and they prefer to stay there and not go back to their hometown. And as a consequence, there are a lot of problems. One is there are a lot of problems, but two are the main problems now. One is marginality, and the second one is the abundance of these places. And if you want to see, we have a lot of marginality around these big and mega cities in Iran. All these big cities have a lot of life around the city, and then in the other hand, the abandonedness of all these vernacular architectural rural neighborhoods. And other problems that makes these rural neighborhoods to be empty we have this one big organization that is like responsible for the conservation of everything, and it has just 1% of the yearly budget, which is nothing, and they prefer to spend this money to do everything for just these World Heritage properties, because UNESCO always every year checks, and they want to have these properties safe. And another thing is, like, because of all this political problem in my country, this top-down and bottom-up approach is like they just like implement the rules without any specific like reason, and like people they decided not to accept these rules, but they do this on this underground under the table like process and do whatever they want. I mean, like they just pay and they just like ruin one of these historical buildings and they start to make it like tall buildings. But the interesting thing is that like during the last 100 years and mostly after the revolution, like people at first started to immigrate from rural neighborhood to the urban neighborhood. But now, like from last 10 years ago, we can see that regarding to like being tired of living in these mega cities with a lot of crowdedness and like pollution, people prefer to go back to their hometowns. But this is a little bit different than in the past. Like now they don't want to like really disconnect from the city. They mostly go half a year or for the vacation and for holidays. But the thing that they do is that they don't want to live in the traditional buildings because they are like they left them for years, so now they have to do the conservation, and because of the lack of information and lack of awareness and lack of the professionals, they prefer to destroy them and make these modern and compatible new buildings in this context. And there's another thing that's like we really can see they go, but there is this community transition and change of use, change of need, and use of the economic resource in these rural neighborhoods. So like during our research on all these things, we decided to come up with like a workshop. The name of the workshop was Regeneration, which really we try to focus on. So the whole idea was to bring academia, student, professional, and local craftsmen and local residents together to work together and to kind of regenerate the whole rural neighborhood. And we have like two parts. One is the theory part, and one is the hands-on work that I'm going to like tell you later. So in our workshop, we try to have 2 days of theory that we try to like show people how people of the world like working in this field, like how is the conservation works and how they should appreciate their vernacular buildings, their villages and so on. And the second thing was like hands-on work, which is this is the special approach that we had in our workshop, which was the phenomenology way of making. So because we are all as architects, we are just studying as a theory and we never really touched any of the material and anything. And we just design and say, okay, we have to build it, but we really don't have any idea what's the how it works. So we try to have this change from watching the work from the outside to experience what is really happening. And the last thing that we wanted to have in our workshop was this bilateral cooperation, which was the cooperation of all the students and professionals with the craftsmen, that's like understanding the skill of the local craftsman, and local craftsmen can learn from like all these new techniques and new methods. And then another thing was the combination of traditional and modern method to find an idea for the new conservation and reconstruction project. And so our case study was a village in the center of Milan that was mountainous, and as you can see, from the 1990 to 2050, it really reduced the permanent inhabitants of it, from 850 to 143, which is a lot.
This is the village of the picture in the color?
Yeah. But we can see that from 2006 to 2015, the temporary inhabitants become more. So per year you can see that like these people who now live in the cities go for their holiday for half a year, like for some time to this village. And that's a small plan of the whole town, which is not that big. But new modern building in the historical texture of the village is kind of here. And then again the abandoned buildings which are really like a lot in that village. Yeah, so the main material of the village, as most of the village and most of the place in Iran, is adobe, mud brick, a little bit of the stone and wooden ceilings. So we had this site visit committee with locals, like 4 of us as the main people who wanted to do this. And during our survey, we had a plan to work on a public place to do this conservation and restoration in a public place. But we're so lucky that we didn't do that. And we found a person who was living almost 60 years of his life in Tehran, as in the capital. But now he was retired and he wanted to go back to his hometown, and he was a carpenter and he wanted to just most of the time live there. And he had it's his the place that he had. It was for his parents, all this place was for his parents, and that the old cottage was remained. And he didn't want to destroy it because he had this attached to this area, and he was okay, I want to keep it. So we were so lucky that we found some person that wants to do this conservation and restoration, and he doesn't want to destroy it. And he was a private owner, which was we were so lucky, because I was saying that later that we had so much problem with the people of the village that they don't live there now, but they then want the foreigner and stranger to come to their hometown and do something. So, but he was our kind of he was the person who asked us to do this conservation. And so after our theory part in Tehran, we brought 20 students and professionals from Tehran, and we did a lot of discussion and brainstorming with the owner, and wanted to ask what he wants and how much money he had, what can we do for him. And after all these things, we started to do the work, and we had a lot of design. We came up with a different scenario, and we decided to finally make a small room for his, for him and his wife to spend their weekend or the time that they are there. But it was really a small, 16 square meter, and one bathroom that was outside. And this during So during our discovery, before our previous student, we tried to find the local craftsman, and we found one person that was a carpenter, that was the owner, and we found one person who was expertise in the mud bricks and in the making the adobe, one person for the ceiling, and we tried to find everyone that we needed for this project. And so after our discussion, we started to do this with bilateral cooperation with all the students and the local craftsmen and some of the local people who were passing by, and they were it's some nice things, and they were helping us during the work, which was amazing. And you can see this hands-on work of all these people that they never touched anything, and they were always sitting beside this chairs in the school. And finally, this is the before and after process of our work. We were working there for 8 days, day and night, and all these people were so motivated and so encouraged to finish this. And we had a lot of the struggles during our work, lack of material, lack of the traditional material, but we did it. And this is another picture. And okay, what about the finally, I'm going to just say a little bit of the problems and difficulties that we had. So we couldn't collaborate with any organization and any institution during the project. It was kind of they didn't want to spend any money or any person to help us. And it was a little bit hard to have a communication between these students, a professional which come from city to village, and with the local students was really kind of a problem as a communication, and we didn't have any sponsorship, and we didn't have a lot of, it took a long time for us to get the permission from the government and the mayor of the village. But we are continuing it, and we decided to do it each year, and next time it's going to be this September. And it's going to be that village is going to be our pilot for continuing this project. For now, for every year once, but we have planned to really increase our work and let's see what's going to happen. And I'm going to just show you 2 minutes of a video. Okay, this is not a. No, it's like I have time just for one, so I prefer to show it. Okay.
We have 3 times more.
No, it's just a music and it's.
Grazie.
all these people now, like they have their fur, they work in Tehran, like, but now they're. It's like mountainous city, village, like, but it has a really warm days and cold nights. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Please, can you come and take
We had an extra paper. So Antonella Mizzaci actually had kidney stone, so she's in hospital. So she asked me to give her paper. Now, of course, I'm not a psychologist or pedagogist, and I just read what she sent me. So I will try to do the best of her paper. Yes. And in time. Okay, so maybe I told you can talk to her. I can tell you Silvia, se tu mi fai sedere qua, io così guardo il proprio. Okay, so she tells me that the project, let me find they did as part of an Erasmus K2 project with, can you send it down, with a number of different universities and states. So with the municipality of Triganova, Agueda and l'Aquila, and then there was one school in Romania and another one somewhere else. They found that there were significantly higher percentages of dropout in students that had been involved in disaster, both in schools and universities. And to make it very brief, what she said, no, sorry, go back up. No. So they found that the schools were not providing an interesting enough learning environment. They were not changing their pedagogic offer according to the fact that the students had been involved in traumatic situations, and therefore their psychology was depressed, if I understand her notes, and that therefore they needed a more interesting curriculum, or they needed to have a curriculum adjusted to the fact that they were either depressed or not motivated enough, or they were thinking of leaving school. And so they found that there should be creating supportive and quality learning environment, improving the teacher skills to respond to this specific need from the student, and developing professional communities among schools and opening to wider multidisciplinary teams and agencies. So she found that the curriculum offered, the normal offer of the curriculum was not stimulating enough for this typology of students involved in disaster. Okay. So the countries of project partners belong to 3 different clusters. The first cluster was Portugal and Italy, with the early school leaving rate has decreased, but it is far from European objectives. However, so in Italy it has decreased between 2010 and 2016. However, Abruzzi remains a highly fertile area because of the earthquake. The second cluster was Romania, and the third, where the rate was above the European objective, and the third cluster was Lithuania, where instead it has decreased even more than the sea levels. Okay. So they did a survey. They included a sample of students, and they found they created a survey which explored the relationship between risk factors of dropping out both of school and universities. Two different groups of students were involved, those who experienced the earthquake and those who didn't. And there were two main aims to identify the relationship between the risk factor of dropping out, both from school and university, and the earthquake experience. And also to identify who developed resilient skills and who didn't. Okay, so that's so the research hypothesis, and here I'm reading because obviously it's not my project. So that she found that the hypothesis was that the earthquake experience increases the risk factor of dropping out from school and university. That the earthquake-related conditions affect students more than other risk factors, but at the same time, they found that resilient skills increase in subjects who have not left schools or university. So, in other words, if you persevere, you develop resilience. We all found this out, I have to say. And the dimensions that were explored was that the risk factor about early leaving both at school and university. They wanted to underline the motivations linked to falling out, etc. They wanted to understand what were the reasons for this or potential causes for falling out. And whether they felt well within the school, so whether the school was making them at ease and they felt happy. I can say that my nephews, for example, when they changed town after the earthquake, they certainly weren't happy. Teaching methods, which teaching methods were used, whether the teachers were trying to engage the students more over and above other temporary students, and the levels of resilience. Okay. This is almost yes of that. So I think we can go forward. I read this very quickly earlier, and what I found was that a lot of students felt that either there wasn't a good relationship with their teachers, or that if they had left their town, they didn't have a sense of belonging to the university, that they were anxious not to back up, that they were anxious because they felt that there might be a new shock. Or that they were unhappy with the curriculum, so they expected the subjects different or the teachers different, and that the teaching methods were not interesting enough. With the university, they felt that they didn't feel well within the university, they didn't feel a sense of belonging, and that their transport was another place for the earthquake, or if they had been transferred, that they were anxious because of possible new shocks. Relating to school instead, I have failed in some tests, correlates with not feeling I belong to the university. Possibly this is the entrance test, maybe. And then there were learning difficulties where they felt, again, they didn't belong to that university, and that therefore they transferred to a different place. Again, this is much like the same. So, but I read that starting cities in an earthquake, there is someone who can help me, fun side, they are in but they definitely found that there were two sides, that if the students were remaining in the city in L'Aquila where the earthquake was, then there was the anxiety factor, but if they left, there was the non-belonging factor, not identifying with the hosting city or school, with the school friends, with the teachers, different methodologies, the teachers not understanding that the students had been affected by trauma and therefore needed more attention, or the teachers not knowing how to react to this discomfort of the students, because obviously they had been trained. Okay. So then they prepared this questionnaire. I suggest you read the questions more than I read the question. And I read the blue box that says that with increasing the positive acceptance of change and secure relationship, increases the sense of well-being at the university. So if the students felt accepted, they felt better within the institution, and at the same time their discomfort to the temporary living conditions or study conditions decreased. Then, with increasing the personal competence and tenacity, they found that decreased the anxiety and fear relating to living in a place hit by the earthquake, and the sense of belonging to the university increases. So there were direct correlations between making the students feel more at ease, and then therefore there was a better response to the curricula and to their studies. So there was with the capacity of self-control that reduces the risk factor related to the specific conditions of the earthquake, such as anxiety, the desire to move to another place, the will to study in a city not affected by the earthquake. I speak as a citizen of L'Aquila. We have lived all these things on our skin. I live in London, but I have had my nieces and nephews all experiencing this. So it's been a big problem with my family as well. Those who have self-confidence and ability to manage negative emotions have no anxiety about other earthquakes, despite having the desire to live in another place. And with increasing faculties, the intention to leave school early increases, but not want to leave the university, because faculties, she found, decreases with age. But then she found that one way to modify the curriculum or to make the curriculum more interesting for these kids and for these students was, for example, to use cultural heritage as an intervention strategy. So to introduce some methodologies of engaging with the cultural heritage of the places you come from or you go to then reconnect, which is a bit what my husband was talking about downstairs. So to use cultural heritage as a method to overcome the tension and of the disaster and to reconnect people to their heritage and their city. So I read student report a variety of reasons for dropping out of schools and university. Therefore, the solutions are multidimensional. There have been identified effective strategies relating to cultural heritage that have the most positive impact on reducing school dropouts. These strategies appear to be independent, but actually work well together and frequently overlap. Although they can be implemented as standalone strategies, positive outcome will result in school and universities or other agencies develop improvement plans and instructional design forms that encompass these strategies. These strategies have been successful in the literature at all instructional levels, and the strategies are grouped into general categories. So the finding is, she says, it recommends the study they conducted recommends that the school and university should design and implement strategies to acquaint with the cultural heritage, usage and fruition to cope with the difficulties concerning displacement, discomfort, and inadequate teaching methods. School and universities should use cultural heritage as a tool of literacy to create positive attitudes of the students toward instructions, and precise interventions should be designed in the context of education to educate students to make use of cultural heritage and to train them to use it in a positive and critical way. As a result, in order to have positive anchors and innovative teaching methods to counteract the form of abandonment linked to school and to the university, and to the use of obsolete, ineffective, and boring methods. And I think this is pretty much it, isn't it, Aula? Yes, thank you. And I have to say that this wasn't my paper, but as I said, we have certainly felt with the project with Google, which was all based on reconnecting people to their heritage, that was a method
you for your intervention, very interesting presentation. I would like to match Paula with Lia about the tower. Tower of tsunami, tower very completely different, but the equal probably is the same. I will ask to Paula Rizzi, how is your experience through many case studies in Japan? What is the best things you can bring from Japan and Italy, and the best things from your experience with managing Italy you can bring there? Just a couple of keywords.
Awareness.
Yes, no more.
Awareness. Awareness. This is what we can bring, and that you are conscious of what is going on and what is happening. And also the fact that we were talking about the interaction and the knowledge of what you can do where you are when something happens. You can do it because you do not have awareness and you do not be. I use often the word not trained. People is trained to face the disasters. People is trained in our volunteers in civil prevention or etc. They're trained to disaster. I know how to react. I don't know what will happen. If I know I'll be able to do this, but it's not needed. So, urban planning and urban design can help a lot. This is why I use the concept of dual space.
Okay, thank you. Just another question, then we go to Irene. And the sense of attachment to the place, because what to do is in a different direction, but regarding how people know, the example of the guy come back from Tehran, work there, trust the knowledge and the sense of the attachment to the place, to heritage, cultural heritage. And in your case, it's a bit different because we didn't see any people in your presentation, but through your red line in the presentation, it's clear how there is a sense of community really attached to the location. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in the interpretation.
No,
it's my interpretation.
Community, more particularly, is that you cannot go back because that place doesn't exist anymore. This is proof, okay? So you cannot go there. So it starts so kind of processions and they try to replicate the things they did in their place in another place. But they don't have the same. A disaster is to be out of the disaster. We miss the heaven we have over us, okay? So it's very strong for them because they cannot go back to the same place. So they try to replicate the same configuration. It works always when they get to replicate the configuration. As I was saying in Ponte Canale, they were
preserved, let's say, on it's a kind of preservation in some way, which transfer
They transfer sometimes just parts of buildings because they weren't able to transfer the entire building as churches. And from that, the Alcosa is some kind of synagogue. So the part from the wall, okay, in order to remain in, and it's a very strange situation because people know it before that it will happen. Okay, so they have the time to choose what to serve for it's like to have they don't have to save. They have to choose what to take with them. So these parts which are taken with them at the size really no significance. And so people try to reconstruct their lives starting from these elements, these architectures, or part of parts, or also for spatial configurations, or redoing the same rituals, in order to remain linked to the territory that doesn't exist anymore in the same form. Because you cannot go back there, even in the periods with CCT, so you can go there and it's a disaster, and now in Spain they are trying to make tourists profit of that, and it's kind of a difficult thing.
They invested the cost of protection of the tower from the research. There is a little story. I'm coming from a little village in Umbria. Okay, and many people bought a house, it was like a second house during the summer. They complained of the sound of the bell. Okay, they wrote a letter to the mayor say, please, can you stop? And imagine it. Can you stop? This has become an issue in the community, no? Because come on, this is our identity. You cannot come from outside, and because in the morning this is good, because we have a problem. This has become an issue, no? But probably this amount of money is okay. It's a technical provision, but it's also a sense of identity because the sound of the bell and the icon of the tower, it's a reference for our landscape, especially in the central Italy where the religious architecture is the icon also of Bologna for another reason. And I don't know, this is just a few impressions about, and the last one, I think so all the topic we touched with four of you, she closed very well, because I think so the power can be in the new generation and the sensitive approach of this method and the paper, because the school has very important role. How to keep, but it's not only keep together, okay, let's go to the school, stay together, let's talk about East Way. I'm from Umbria, but I never lived in such difficult situation, and they are border of the red zone. But the vision, the capacity not to react as power is here, because the community, no one will be prepared to lose the house. It's impossible to be prepared for that. But kind of method how to education, training, also in the practice of things. No? I remember my niece is in the school, and they have a kind of training sometime in my municipality. No, they have a simulation, and she takes like a game. But finally, also when
she would know what to do.
Yes, she would know what.
That's almost the most important thing.
Yeah, this is probably things we really need to change our, and probably to save some money. Yes. Every 10 years, no? From outside of Italy, how is possible to destroy the city, you rebuild, you spend the money? Every 15 years, it's become a kind of, no?
Yes. Well, it's almost the only motor of the economy.
Yes, okay, now it's a good direction. Sometimes the people say we need another good way
to shape the economy. I have a question for Alice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't hear your paper, all of it, because I was in the session downstairs. But in the previous city conference in London, there was this gentleman who came, sent by the mayor of a village, who is rebuilding by involving the students, well, the youths, to relearn traditional methods to restore the houses. Is it the same project?
No, but we know each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is an organization in Techo Parme Paris from Chile. It's everywhere.
Okay.
They're more young students because you need that kind of. And they are working to build the best house for people that are in very, very, very poor condition. Maybe it can be the school can match. No?
Yeah, but for our
can be a systematic.
Yeah, actually, I had this experience before, like before going to the local and like be really in touch with the local. We had like this experience in like somewhere in the middle of nowhere, not attached with any local and with any craftsman, any like traditional craftsman. And it was much easier in the sense that yeah, there were like not people from like all the generation, like from different cultures. It was so much easier, but like this was really a challenge for us, like to at first convince this craftsman to accept the students. It was really funny that they didn't accept, like, I was like, okay, we're not going to teach the students, like, and it was another way around, like the students were like, okay, you don't want to learn from the craftsman. I was like, but then at the end it went so well, but like beforehand we really had to like convince both groups that it's experience and you can learn from each other. But then at the end it worked, but at
It
first...
will be the second edition.
Yeah, it's going to be the second edition in the September.
But in a way, that's an answer also for traditional communities like here. We have so many derelict villages that in a way...
We have a problem of abbandono della montagna.
Yes, that in a way, if one found a way to engage the younger generations by restoring these houses, would teach them a skill, would move the economy, and would repopulate these places.
Forget important issue in the process. It's impossible to, very, very complicated to match with the...
I want to only learn about this subject.
that in our case and Aula know that the students are involved in tracking it, for example, tirocini, and in many sites, during I don't remember 4 or 5 years, so they follow something building site, and this was a way, I think, also to live. And another occasion was some competition that we did at the university involved students. And they, for example, I told about this in the presentation. One of the main and what was important, the participation of the students for the Casa dello Studente. That is a symbolic place for...
But that's not a competition for that,
yes,
right? It's
and
really nice.
today was here, where the some of the group who was the leader.
I've been following that.
Yes, and now they also happen also an exposition in the Rectorato, and now I don't know when also book, a small book on this project because they participate 7 groups. And it was it's important because
there is outside the entrance something.
no, today was some of this group, but it's important for them because they are for living now, they are at the level of the degree. But it was important because each group face this subject with a sense of responsibility. Because now our students don't live in the situation of the earthquake because are young. But this group concerned, this student concerned with memory. So it was important because the Casa dello Studente has also a particular meaning for them.
Can I say something? I think that it's really better to educate people from views, and like for us, like the most conflict was with the people who were 30, 32. They had a master or PhD. It was harder for them and less flexible to be in this situation because they're yeah, you're always if you train from when you're younger, it's much more easier.
I was there for 2 weeks.
Ours was 10 days.
10 days, full immersion in the village with the real. I think that is an increasing attitude, especially in case of disaster, to try to involve in practical skills and knowledge students within the local population. I think it's good, but it's also something that is, again, be ready. That means that you are not prepared. So there is always this dichotomy between what is you call it theory and what we call, sorry to use these old words, and practice. But the fact is that, for instance, there is some knowledge that is coming from scientific knowledge that you cannot implement without that scientific knowledge in the practice. And on the other hand, there are some evidence in real world that you must experience. I give you just one example of what we are doing. We are connecting urban communities from Kochi to these small villages in the mountains where there is a safe, let's say, evacuation place. And there is an exchange with some events, but they are frequent.
There is also a kind of social connection.
Because it creates social connection. But also actually my Japanese colleague is a compulsory for the first and second year. They have to go to the village in mountains at least 2 Saturdays per month, and it's checked. But it's really fun for them. And with the teachers, I've done it by myself with them, and they learn how to cultivate. They go because in the rural area, if you talk about the mountains, it's really old. They are, the average of the farmers is over 65. So you can understand that it's not so easy to keep and maintain the economy of that place. And out. At the same time, they learn. And they learn also some values. But on the other hand, they have skills, what to use, what are the new technologies, how you can improve your work, and you can relieve something. So it's really a good exchange. At the same time, when something, we hope that when something like this will happen, if the urban community that is connected will go there, they can find a, not family, but let's say, a friendly environment that they know. So it's quite important, this aspect.
But it's really different from developed country and underdeveloped country. I mean, we have a lot of other issues that like people don't care about.
One example is better than 200 people working and writing. Because the young group of many participants.
Like at the end we were 50, like 50 of like students, local.
They're talking, they're sharing, they're asking, they're talking with friends. Okay, let's say maybe 50, 14, 47 talking very well. So there are always someone. But this is generated, and how many you will have in the next? You don't know.
We aim to have 20 students and 20 locals and 10 of like professionals.
So probably we grow up.
Actually, yeah, the good thing was for us was we had really a lot of feedback that come to our village, but we prefer not to leave this village because then our job looks like we want to do something. Really, we want to do something.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we take a picture with you, Paula? Together? Sure. With all the participants of this is the last.
Is the last session. Yes, and then there is coffee, and we reconvene in the Aula Magna because Professor Dolce has arrived from Rome, so he will do his keynote speech at 3:30. And then there is the bus tour, which concludes the conference. We're going to see the schools, some schools, not all of the schools, some classes, so the Berlusconi temporary housing, and the German temporary housing. And then we'll finish with a village church and possibly the 99 convents, this one's 99. 99 convents.
Sorry, you're from with us.
And if you are interested, from the 33rd to 31st of August, I am running a summer school, international summer school on awareness services. If you wish to join the designer and be a teacher, they said to try to take the time to be
maybe let's do Rosabella, come closer. Okay?
Ready?
Yes.
No, we need a person. There is someone.
One, two, three.
Take more.
Yes, take a lot, and then please show